has been here very often. Minister for Trade and Industry and Competition has been here often. And of course, the Minister of Science and Technology has been here before and is still with us, because actually innovation has a very big role to play in the transition of any economy as such. So well done at that. And I think on behalf of the Commission, I can safely say I speak for everybody that we express our gratitude for the initiative that you've taken and the way that we've worked with you and with the government. And we wish you well going forward. We know your party is going to win the election, so it's not like we say we hope you get a job and all those sorts of things. But thank you for that. We go on to our meeting now, which is the report of the Executive Director. We have a few apologies. Minister Mantashe has apologized. General Holomisa has apologized. Joanne Bates has apologized because a minister has called her. And Mayor Hill Lewis has apologized. Minister Gordon has apologized. It's not here. Yeah. Lungisa Fuzile, you said you have to leave early. Oh, just for a moment. Okay. Sure. Oh, Minister.
So sorry to interrupt. I didn't hear you mention my name. I had apologized for it by one. Unfortunately. Also, I'm sorry for coming here late. I spent a good amount of time doing rounds, not knowing the entrance. Apart from the fact that it's quite a mission on a Friday morning to drive from Waterkloof to Constitution in Johannesburg. So I'm sorry about that. So I request to be released at once.
Mr. Bobby Peak.
Chair, I mean, again, we note the absence of the Minister of Health, just for the record. Thank you. And maybe the question should be asked is, what has the Secretariat, has the Secretary engaged with the Minister of Health to participate in our gatherings? Thank you.
Bobby, I'm not following you properly. What is the issue?
The issue, Chair, Deputy Chair, is that, we've repeatedly raised the issue of health as a key concern for this Commission. And indeed, the President himself has articulated strong positions on health as our Chair. So just, wanting to find out when is the Department of Health, when is the Ministry of Health, who has been making some interesting inroads as they're discussing their own climate resilience policy. So there's something within the Department of Health that is really, looking good, but it'd be even better if the Minister was there. Thanks.
Just, I know this matter was raised before, and you're quite correct. Minister of Health wasn't invited to attend here. So in fairness to the Minister of Health, he's not here. You raised the point previously, if I remember, we should put this matter properly on our agenda and get the relevant people from the Department of Health and the Minister to come and participate in this question, because the issue of health and climate change and adaptation and all those sorts is an important topic. But for this meeting, he wasn't invited. He's not a member of the Commission, so he would have been a guest. Okay, in fairness to him. Okay. Thank you. Then we go on, Crispin, with your report.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning, Commissioners. A pleasure to be presenting. The report was circulated, so I'm going to be really brief and fly through it because I know there's a long and busy agenda. So I want to just touch on the developments since our last meeting. As you all know, we took quite a large delegation to COP28 and hosted a program of side events around the just transition. We've been doing work on employment opportunities in Mpumalanga. So there's an initial research paper, and we've been doing quite wide-ranging engagements with social partners and communities, including a high-level engagement with business CEOs earlier this week. We also have been doing work with the Nelson Mandela Bay social partners, the municipality, the local business people, civil society organizations, and organized labor in Dubia. And we've launched quite an exciting collective process with them around developing a climate resilient development strategy. And then the other big focus has been the IRP. It got the draft got published for comment in December. There's a lot of stakeholder interest in it. And there's been a series of engagements. We've been engaging with the Department of Mineral Resources. They'll be coming here later as well to engage with the commissioners. Just to highlight, this was the COP program. I mean, you can see the number of events that we were hosting. We were drilling into different parts of the South African just transition experience, financing, M&E, JETPs, climate, adaptation finance, regional development issues in coal, showcasing the Komati report. So some really, a very full and packed program. And we had great support from Ministers Creecy and Mantashe, who were both there, and a number of commissioners, Rabi, Adams, Mantlana, Harrington, Yarvich, Kalakala, and Pukunsi. So thank you to all those commissioners for their support during the program. Just some other events. I mean, we've done a dialogue on NEVs. You'll recall the Climate Finance Landscape Report. We launched that in November last year. We've been, as I said, doing all these dialogues on employment. We've worked with NEDLAC to have dialogues on the IRP. So we co-hosted a dialogue that they hosted. We've had a consultation with the faith sector. I went and spoke to the Salga NEC earlier this week. Lots of stuff. A couple of bits of work that are already or nearly complete, and the working group reports will drill into this a little bit more. So you'll recall we've been doing this very extensive research and stakeholder engagement around the social ownership of renewable energy. And we've got a report that we want considered by this meeting and hopefully approved. We're also gearing up to make comments on the draft IRP, and that's a full item for discussion here. And there's a technical report with some draft recommendations in the pack. The other big deliverable is the State of Climate Action Report, which we want to release around about the middle of this year. There is a draft in the pack, and we would encourage commissioners to comment on it.
That state of the Climate Action Report, I think we would be releasing that after the general elections.
It will be. Yeah.
If you don't want it to become...
We don't want it to be a political football.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And, also this is going to be a definitive, report tracking progress across all the dimensions of the climate transition. So social justice, adaptation, mitigation, finance. And we think it's going to make a big splash. We don't want it caught up in the election campaign. Then there's the work we've been doing on short-term employment opportunities, and we're busy discussing the interim report with stakeholders. And lastly, the work on the way to marshal finance, including from public and private sectors, into the just transition. And there's a draft in your pack. We have published it for public comment. We intend to also finalize it at the June meeting. Then just turning to internal matters, as you're all aware, the climate bill will, once promulgated, set the PCC up as a Schedule 3 public entity. And there's the core compliance thing we need to do before that happens is put a feasibility study and business case to National Treasury. So over the last 9 months, we've been developing this in compliance with the Treasury requirements and under the guidance of a steering committee that consists of DFFE, National Treasury, Public Service and Administration, DPME, NEDLAC. And we've looked at all the functional requirements and the required organizational capabilities. And after this meeting, we would like to forward the feasibility study and business case to DFFE. They will consider it and then submit it to National Treasury as part of the compliance steps to get the Schedule 3 entity set up. There's also within NEDLAC, I mean, as you know, in terms of administration and financial accountability, we report into NEDLAC. So the organogram has been considered by our Finance and Governance Committee and will be submitted into the NEDLAC structures. And then once approved, we'll embark on a process to migrate staff into permanent posts in the new structure. Just to say that this is the current organogram. It's a very flat structure. So, I account to the Deputy Chair and the Commission in terms of work and content. And then we've got this financial accountability into NEDLAC and the Department of Employment and Labour in terms of finances and HR. And there are 8 direct reports to me, which is a little bit much. And what we are proposing at the new structure is a much tighter structure, chopping the posts from 27 to 24, the direct reports from 8 to 4, and organizing ourselves across the 3 sort of cross-cutting functional areas, which is research and policy. So that covers the mitigation, adaptation, and just transition research and policy work that we do. Then institutional support, which covers the climate finance, innovation, partnerships, capacity support that we do. And then comms and outreach, which is all of our media, PR, digital publications, outreach to stakeholders. And, also just to note that under the climate bill, this box on the right at the top, we'd continue this content accountability to the Deputy Chair and the Commission, and the financial and compliance accountability as a 3A entity would be to the Minister of DFFE. So again, a slight shift in those steps. And then just lastly, a few other governance matters. So as usual, we are gearing up to do our annual review. Now, the annual review is not a statutory document. It's a report we submit to the presidency. They like it early. So we deliver it mid-March to the presidency, and we send it to the Minister DFFE as well. And then there's at a statutory level, the NEDLAC annual report includes the PCC activities and our finances and our audit report. So that's the way it works. We've got a 3-year business plan, which is broadly on track in terms of our APP deliverables. And after this meeting, we'll be updating the targets for the coming 2024-25 financial year. Bearing in mind that our budget through the NEDLAC process is already predetermined, but there's some flexibility in terms of some of the focus areas within that budget. The charter for the commission, we're meant to review and confirm the charter, and we're suggesting that the commission just notes that they've had a look at the charter and they confirm it. Our suggestion is that a full review of the charter is done post climate change bill, just to ensure that there's compatibility with the provisions of the bill. So that would be something we'd pick up, post promulgation. And then in terms of vacancies, we're awaiting the ESCOM nomination. There have been, we note that there have been other proposals. I think the commission 2 meetings ago said we should bring the Premier of Mpumalanga onto the commission. There have been a couple of other suggestions. Our view is that all of this should be put on hold pending the climate change bill finalization, because that will affect the way we think about composition going forward. And if there is a need to then fill any critical vacancies that are flagged by the bill and not covered by the current structure, we can do so. And then just to note on the declarations of interest, the forms for 2024, Nonhlanhla says that she's only received 5 forms from commissioners. So the bulk of them are outstanding. And we're bouncing that back to the commission to advise us. What do you want us to do about that? That's it, Chair. And yeah, thanks to commissioners and the Secretariat for all your support and hard work.
Thank you. Any comments? Nonhlanhla, just remind us, when did you send the forms for the declarations of interest?
In December, Chair.
End of December, and we haven't returned. I'm sure I'm one of those culprits.
Yes.
Yeah, guilty as charged. I'm very sorry about this. Let's give Nonhlanhla. No, you don't want to accept what you already have on file unless there's a change.
But it is a requirement that we just confirm that there is no change. So if there's no change,
so we've got to do that. Okay, we'll do that. As far as the ministers are concerned, you know that they have to declare to Parliament, and so it's there already on file. It's in the open. You can simply say refer to the declaration made by the minister to Parliament. You don't need to make another declaration for us, and then that's that. Okay, but the rest of us, let's try to pull in something and do them. Good, Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think what we would request the CEO to ensure is that the business case for the Section 3 entity is something that's concluded well ahead of the end of the 6th administration. Something that's concluded because there's always let's say a process after an election to take up where one leaves off. So let's get this sorted out before the end of the administration.
Thank you very much. And I suppose I'm not sure how the handover takes place from the one administration to the next, but the Secretariat will be at the disposal of whichever minister needs any kind of work that needs to be done as far as the Commission is concerned. with handover documents or writing up things or whatever else it is. Because the ministers won't have time to write up things themselves. They should actually be campaigning. So you must assist them, Crispy. But Shamini?
Thank you,
Say
Deputy
that
Chair.
the sense of satisfaction that you no longer have to campaign.
No problem, Minister. So Edie, just a question in terms of independence. I mean, one of the key things about the mandate of the PCC is the independence. Is there any compromising on that mandate? Or does the governance in terms of maintaining the deputy chair and then only the finances go through the department? Is that what you intend by that split?
Chair, this is set out quite clearly in the climate bill. And, you know, the upsides and downsides to becoming a Schedule 3 public entity. So the upside is we're an independent legal entity with our own administration and own finances. But it's a public entity and it has to account into the government structure. And the only choice we had was whether we wanted to set up a separate board. This was something we discussed in the last commission. So is the ED the accounting officer, or do we set up a separate board parallel to the commission as the accounting structure? And the version of the bill that got finalized went the ED model. We just thought it was simpler and easier to navigate. And it would cause problems if you've got a board separate to the commission. Then you'd start to debate who's in charge. I think we've got the best of all worlds, and I don't think the independence in terms of the content of the commission will be compromised.
Crispian, can we deal with this issue that we were discussing with Commissioner Mbodi and Nodia when you walked in under the way forward part in the afternoon?
Yes.
Then you find a place to put that because it's about the functioning of the commission.
Chair, Section 10 deals with commission structure and functioning, and we'll be reporting on the result of the survey of commissioners. And this comes up very clearly there, together with solutions that commissioners were proposing.
Okay.
So I think it's adequately covered by the title.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Then we go on to reports from the chairs of the working groups. Let's take the report. Sorry, Bobby.
Thank you, Dr. Alva, for the report. I assume that the monitoring and evaluation will be under the institutional support mechanism in your new organogram.
We have put it under the Chief Operations Officer in the new organogram, simply because we wanted it to stand separately to the other line functions.
So there's, I mean, if I may, there's two types of monitoring and evaluation. There's that of the operations of the commission, and there's that of the work, talking more of the latter. So does that both fall into that space, which seems to be more official rather than political?
Currently, the structure has the M&E unit under the COO's office. There is under institutional support. So institutional support is focused more on supporting and catalyzing implementation, not M&E per se.
So the M&E function within the COO's space will be to do an M&E process for the work of the commission out there as well.
And yes, and more broadly on the just transition as a whole.
Thank you. Mr. Serpentek.
Chairperson, honorable ministers, commissioners, and other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The report has been circulated, so I have no intention to go through that. And a lot of the ground that we covered was also in the executive director's report. But if I could just give you 5 highlights from an oversight point of view. First of all, I do think, Chairperson, it's important to report back that the meeting was properly correct. We were duly constituted, and I want to thank Commissioner Kanyili for her involvement there. Secondly, the objectives, and most of them were also covered by the executive director. So we looked at the detail and went quite deep into it. So in high level, I think it's important to give you that detail, that around about 26 of the objectives were all on track. There were about 10 that were slightly delayed, but the mitigating, and one of them is this declaration of interest, Chair, which is now really got the focus after this. So the mitigating controls, the executive director and his team are confident that they will be met and that will not cause any issues at the commission level. So that's the first point, which I think is important. Secondly, finances. The 2 things that I want to report back is that the expenses and the budget is within budget. There are no deviations. That was now a week ago, and I'm sure nothing has changed up to now. And I think it's important that you take note of that. And then also under finances, you would recall that our last outcome for the commission was an unqualified audit report. And we were also given the assurance that the process for the new year, that there's nothing of concern, it's all on track. So I do think that's important for you to note. Then, if I may move on to the second point, is the issue of donations. You would recall at the last meeting, we've adopted the net lag policy for donations in the absence of having something bespoke at the commission. There we've agreed here that we will report back to the commission if there are any potential donations that could have a reputation on the commission. And as of a week ago, although there are quite a number of discussions that are happening, and we expect that of Dr. Olver and his team, because these things take a while, but there's nothing that reached a stage where it was important to report back. We will, and that arrangement stands. So there's a no report on that for this meeting. Then, if I may, the second last point that I want to make is the feasibility study, which Dr. Olver gave you feedback on. So from the Finance and Governance Committee, I can give you the assurance that the committee is comfortable with the approach that the Secretariat has been following and is following. And what does that mean? It means that, as he has reported, there has been a consultative process up to now. And the model that they are recommending, in our opinion, has the right balance of efficiency and effectiveness. In other words, and he's also alluded to that, the number of permanent people, you do not want key people to sit and worry what will happen in 6 months' time if the job that they have to deliver requires longer tenure. So we looked at that, and from that perspective, I can give you assurance and comfort that we're comfortable. We take the Minister Creecy's point and we share that. I think it is a matter of urgency that we need to get finality and make progress on this process. Lastly, and this afternoon I'll say 1 or 2 more things on that, the risks. So we duly considered the risks. The 2 that are main focus is obviously the Commission's credibility and stakeholder engagement. And I'll say something a little bit more when we get to item 10 on the agenda. But we were comfortable. We've also progressed at the Secretariat from focusing on what the risks are, more on how they're being mitigated and how they change and what are the strategies. So in conclusion, Chair, that is where we were. We're comfortable with the progress, the work that was done, and appreciative for the Secretariat in preparing these reports and following through on what they're supposed to be doing. So that concludes my report. I've got the executive team with me and give me confidence if there are any other questions, but there's nothing further from me.
Any questions? Joanne?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not certain whether I should have actually asked this under the ED's report. I just wanted some clarity. Running a 3A public entity imposes some quite significant requirements in terms of compliance and reporting. And I was just wondering, when the structure and in the budgeting, where is that capacity accounted for? Do we pay an administration fee to NEDLAC? Are we going to build that capacity in-house? I was just wondering how we intend to do it, because on a staff of 24, we can't do it. Thanks.
Crispin, are you taking this one?
Yeah, so we envisage the process of transition as being a slow and steady one. And the incubation of the PCC under NEDLAC will continue for at least another 2 years. You know, the idea is not on day one to be a fully self-standing 3A entity. The business case that we've done has looked very carefully at the various compliance functions and has created, we think, the minimal set of competencies. But we still rely on NEDLAC for a shared services function. And there is the discussion, part of the feasibility study was a discussion with NEDLAC and Treasury. Treasury is trying to do a transversal shared services function, which we may buy into, or, you know, we may end up contracting that out to another agency. But the idea is not to leap precipitously into the unknown without the necessary support functions.
If I may on that, I also want to just ask the Commissioner's indulgence that it is a transition period. And the approach has been at the Finance and Governance Committee to obviously focus on the principles and the rules. But where the rules are and the detail requirements are a little bit uncertain, we rely on the principles. What are they? Accountability, transparency, those kind of things. And I need your indulgence to work with us. And obviously it's your prerogative to tell us if we get it wrong. But I just want to make the point, in this uncertainty, that's why the external audit is so important, those kind of controls, to make sure that we flesh this out as we making progress.
Thank you. And let's go on to Commissioner Likalakala.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Chairperson. I will just give a summary of the Resilience and Adaptation Working Group. The recent meeting that we had commissioners, we had the PCC secretariats, we had interested groups that normally are part of the work of the working group, including representatives from various national and provincial departments. We started by having some form of a reflection on the previous year's achievements and contributions from various experts and institutions. And this, I must say, has helped us also to what we discussed on the agenda, that particular in a meeting, we had topics such as innovative resourcing mechanisms for adaptation, updates on sectoral studies and the launch of the Climate Resilience Development Strategies project at the Nelson Mandela Bay. So this is the work that has taken place in between the working group meetings, and we had a very successful launch that also the CEO has referred to in his brief. In this meeting, we also had what we had been awaiting for quite a long time. Much of the time was dedicated to presentations on the progress of climate change adaptation in Mpumalanga province, particularly focusing on stakeholder engagement, funding proposals around that, and the ecosystem-based adaptation strategies. What this report also highlighted is stakeholder fatigue and coordination issues between different levels of governance, and that was highlighted. And we know what's happening in Mpumalanga. It's like where all the mitigation, adaptation, the just transition work is focusing, also, but primarily focusing in that particular area. After all these presentations, amongst the departments, we acknowledged the importance of coordination and mainstreaming climate issues into existing platforms, but also highlighting the importance of aligning disaster management and adaptation planning efforts in all spheres. We concluded with expressions of appreciation for the work done and the calls for further collaboration and coordination to address climate change challenges effectively. If there's questions or particular issues that people would want to follow up or raise, the team in the working group adaptation and resilience and adaptation is available to respond. Thanks.
If there are no questions, we can go on to Commissioner Nadia.
Thank you. Good morning, ministers, deputy chair, fellow commissioners, and secretariat. The report, this group, the Net Zero Pathways or Net Zero Working Group, covers two work streams of the Commission and the Secretariat, being the mitigation side and the employment strategy. So there's quite a lot going on, but I will limit myself to key things because the report is in your pack. So one of the areas that we're working on is, response to the IRP 2023, and that's an agenda item later, so I'll say no more about that. Then around the NDC, so South Africa has to submit a revised NDC by April next year, which means that the work is being done now in preparation for that, will be done this year in preparation for that by the department. And a few things are coming together that are very interesting and exciting. The one is that the department itself is running a process which is looking at what are the good life pathways to net zero. So what kind of society and economy do we want? And then how do we deliver that within various, emissions constraints? And that is, very nicely complemented by some work that the Commission is doing, which is our Net Zero Pathways, which looks at if the science tells us that there's a global carbon budget, if we are to remain within 1.5 or even 2 degrees global warming, then what is South Africa's fair share of such a budget? And what does that then imply for our pathway to net zero, and what are the trade-offs, what are the timetabling of when technologies need to come on stream and so on. So those two pieces of work are very complementary, and our net zero pathways work will inform, be one of the things that informs the Commission's input to the new NDC. Then on the side of the employment strategy, I will just highlight two things that are very important, I think, going on. The one is we are looking into, what are the skills that will be needed in the new kind of economy, a climate resilient and low carbon economy, and doing, technical work around that, and what social protection should be put up for workers in vulnerable sectors, not just the coal value chain, but the workers in tourism will be vulnerable due to climate change impacts, workers in the metals value chain, and so on. So in a range of value chains, we might need these social protection measures. And we are making recommendations to the skills master plan and the human resources development strategy of government. Then the other side is economic diversification. The executive director's report, covered what we're doing with Nelson Mandela Bay, but we also, of course, working very intensively with Mpumalanga on economic diversification there. And it's very interesting. There are 7 opportunities identified. 3 of them are to build out existing industries in Mpumalanga, being the wood value chain, citrus, and tourism. And then 4 are new opportunities, which include hemp, sustainable aviation fuel, business processing, and agrivoltaics. And we're starting to look at the waste economy as well, not just for Mpumalanga, but more generally. So I think that that's very exciting work. And Deputy Chair, when I finish my report, you may want to add, because I believe there was a meeting with CEOs in Mpumalanga regarding this economic diversification. Thank you. The main thing for discussion here is that we are tabling the report on socially owned renewable energy, which is a report arrived at through research, extensive stakeholder consultation as well. And we've had a webinar about it and presentations and discussions in the Net Zero Working Group. We are hoping that the meeting will adopt the report. The report also contains recommendations that we would like to, make this a recommendation to the presidency if you all agree. And then if approved, we plan to launch it in March. So I'll just give you a bit of a flavor of that report. The report, having scoped what has been done around the rest of the world and in South Africa, ends up with 3 possible models for socially owned renewable energy. The one is a mini grid, which could be in rural areas or in townships, where, areas where the households are already off grid, and now instead of trying, where it might be very difficult to link them up to the national grid, you put in a mini grid and service them in that way, and that there's a form of social ownership there. Then there would be models where you are tied to the grid and a co-op, like say 35 households together, put in a renewable energy installation, and that services their needs. Then there is community level independent power producers. So this is where the community owns land, and it then, you know, an independent power producer uses that land for renewable energy installation, and the community then, through its land ownership, earns revenue from that. And the last one is worker-owned renewable energy at a factory. And then the report makes recommendations about the sources of possible sources of finance, about regulatory approaches that, you know, could facilitate all of this, and skills development and capacity building recommendations, both for the social owners, but also, for example, for municipalities, because it, you know, they have to create an enabling and receiving environment for these. And there's a proposal for pursuing some pilots, which would be taken forward in the partnership implementation model that we are pursuing in Gatsabande and in Kangala districts. And I think that's it, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Are there anything to add or any questions? There's just two matters on my side. The one is that the question comes up from time to time on net zero pathways that China and India has said they would reach net zero by 2060. And why are we being so forward and saying we'll do it by 2050 when they've got better economies than us, they're growing better than us. We are economically not that strong. Do we have a proper answer to that question? Because it comes up and we need to give an answer. You know?
I think that the net zero pathways work is precisely looking at, you know, what are the implications of various net zero dates and carbon budgets. And also we're doing a separate piece of work, let me just get it right, that on the pathways, different electricity pathways, what would be the socio-economic impacts in Mpumalanga, so that, you know, could also inform a sensible approach to this, and whether our coal exports, because there will be a market for a long time to come still for coal, you know, could somehow be a buffer for an income stream for the country and for those communities and workers in Mpumalanga.
So we must constantly work on this, because, you know, if people have the impression that we're going to hurt ourselves in order to meet the 2050 target, then that target won't be sustainable. It will be rejected at some point in time. And so we need to demonstrate convincingly, actually, that it's good for the economy and good for the prosperity and welfare of South Africans. If we can't say that,
yeah,
you know,
then why are we doing it?
Then why are we doing it? So
yeah,
we got to work on that. Okay, Bobby Peak, and then continues.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Luis, I might have missed it, but Commissioner Nadia, I might have missed it, but did you consider the informal economy when you're looking at social protection, and especially in Mpumalanga?
Yes, I think that the informal economy is in frame, but Commissioner Peak, I think you're correct that it's not a strong enough component of the work, and thank you for underlining that. When Commissioner Mbodi and I went to Ermelo and we presented, well, we didn't present, Devin presented, you know, these economic options that had been identified, the community responded very enthusiastically to the hemp opportunity. And that is precisely because that is an informal economy activity they are already engaged in, and they would like to see that grow and become commercially viable and so on.
Minister Nzimande.
Yeah, Chair, maybe this is a general question and you will comment, not question. And perhaps you excuse me if I touch on something that has already been done, because I am aware that I have not been attending as much as I would like to. It's very commission. So, as you say, it's a very, very important commission.
I don't know what's happening with the mic of the minister, but he's not coming across clearly.
Oh, am I being disallowed to say something? Yeah, because I don't trust despite being my Minister of Science and Innovation, but also I'm very suspicious of it. I'll tell you why, Minister. The other day I was preparing for my speech to debate in SONA, and I used this chat AI thing. Please summarize this draft for me. Yeah, I said, summarize the speech for me to be 950 words. It did it wonderfully, except it cut out my comments on Palestinian solidarity. So I have a bit of a healthy suspicion. Look, I think the question you're asking, what other countries are saying about us and all that, maybe poses a deeper issue that this commission will have to grapple with. What would be the reading from a climate perspective of our current economic and development policies, the NDP, the current trajectory that we are on? If you were to examine that against the template of what we want to achieve from a climate end, what's the relationship, even disjuncture, between that? Because perhaps the best way to answer that question is to look at our own economic trajectory and plans and other considerations. I see that the IRP, for instance, were meant to discuss it according to the advert of this meeting. Because all those things will have an impact on, if we go this route, we're going to be able to meet the targets we set for ourselves, climate mitigation and so on. I know it's a broader question, but I don't see the reason why, for instance, that your research arm and activities couldn't seriously explore that question. One thing I notice about China, for instance, that's what they do relatively well, to say that over the next 20 years, this is the economic direction, but what implications, if it's got negative implications for climate strategy, we then need to adjust here and then some. I think it's an important question that we ask, and I would suggest maybe we explore going that route. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The second matter that I wanted to comment on is that we had a meeting with, which you referred to, Louise. We had a meeting earlier this week with the CEOs of the big companies which are operating in Mpumalanga to talk about the creation of jobs in that province, because that province will be hit very hard with the decline in the use of fossil fuels over the next few decades. And whatever policy we have, that is something that we can predict will happen. And so we had a good discussion. At the meeting, we had the CEO of SAPI, both the CEO of SAPI South Africa and the global CEO. And then we had the CEO of Seriti Resources, the CEO of Seriti Coal. We had Glencore. We had Tegeta Exaro,
York Timbers.
York Timbers, we had all the companies that are operating in there. And it was actually fascinating to listen to all of them, because every single one of them had investment projects in their pipeline. Every single one of them were able to talk about it. And the big thing about the mining companies that they are doing is two things. One is that they're doing a great deal on renewable energy. Sariti, for example, said that they're building a wind farm which will eventually have a capacity of 750 megawatts. Now, if you know anything about wind farms, this is a mega wind farm on any scale. And they said they are proceeding with it. They gave us chapter and verse of their details. SEPI had said that as far as forestry is concerned, they are desperately wanting to expand the forestry plantations. Both of those mentioned the delay in getting government permissions. Fortunately, we had Rudy Dix from the presidency, who is responsible for investment plans and such things, who was able to take notes and respond to some of what they were saying. But that's what they were saying. There's a huge shortage of timber because there's a great demand now for timber, both here and internationally. They mentioned that the government's timber plantations in Mpumalanga are being neglected and actually have been captured by gangsters. Mafia, they called it mafia, timber mafia are running those. They've evicted the government from its own timber plantations and taken them over. I don't know how true that is. It's true. So I mean, I don't know, Crispian, what you thought, but I was rather encouraged because, you know, normally government is trying to encourage the private sector to invest. Here it was the case of the private sector almost begging the government to allow it to invest. And they all have huge investment plans. So that was very, very interesting. And then, of course, there's the references made to the joint working groups between government and the private sector to deal with the improvement of roads and rail infrastructure and such things. And there was some. So overall, I was left with. I thought that was a very positive meeting. Crispin, I don't know what you thought.
Absolutely. No, lots to follow up. And a particular suggestion came from the business leaders that were there. You know, they would like to, we put a strategy on the table. It's a draft. We're busy engaging broadly on it. They were keen for different corporates and their leaders to champion particular sectors and to put lead projects on the table. So, you know, we've got all these sectors that we've identified. They said there are a couple of that we were missing, so we're going to go back and add those in. There are a couple like BPO that they were a little bit more skeptical about. But, you know, in most of the sectors, they said, we've got projects. Let us champion the sector and drive it, and we'll make a lead project a sort of anchor deliverable to show implementation.
Yeah. And Louise, the one thing they said, which was not included in our scenarios, was that in terms of new growth industries, was renewable energy. They said that all the renewable energy focus is being put on the Northern Cape and the Kalahari and places like those. But there are massive projects in the pipeline, renewable energy projects in Mpumalanga, and they thought we should add that to our list of sectors. Okay, but thank you very much, Louise. Princess.
Yeah, Chair, I think I've listened to Sariti's presentation. I think their plan for renewable is quite detailed. And like you said, the scale, it's impressive. But I haven't had much from the other mining companies. I'm just wondering
if their plans, do we have any idea of where they are in terms of their plans? Because I've only had Seriti up to now. Thank you.
I don't follow your question, Siri. The mining companies were present there and they spoke about their plans.
Chair, I'm saying that I've listened to Seriti's renewable plan, which is quite detailed, and the scale, like you said, it's quite impressive. My question is, in terms of the other mining houses operating in Mpumalanga, like Glencore, in terms of their plans, where are they in comparison with Seriti? That's my question.
See, I'm not able to give you an answer to that question. But yeah.
Interestingly, so Exxaro set up their own renewable energy division called Synergy about a decade ago. So they weren't the first of the coal miners to start to diversify into a sort of integrated energy company. There was also a lot of interest from the miners in the rehabilitation of mining land and the prospects of things like large-scale agricultural hemp production. So we're going to follow up with each of the mining companies that were there and talk to them about what could be anchor just transition projects that they would be willing to champion.
Let's move on to Commissioner Harrington.
Sorry, Deputy Chair. We do need one decision out of the meeting, which is whether there's approval of that socially owned renewable energy report.
Any objection? Thank you. It's approved.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone here. In terms of the Climate Finance and Innovation Working Group, we had a very good meeting.
You can't hear.
When people speak on this side, there seems to be a feedback somewhere lost.
Whoever's in charge of the sound, please, it's very bad. I'm also struggling to hear people. Just take charge, whoever's in charge, because you'll also hear that we can't hear, and then you take charge. Don't wait for me to say we can't hear. Is there anybody in charge of the sound here, Christian?
Yes, we have a full team.
Yeah, is this better?
Are they going to take charge? And Nantlanta, can you just check that whoever's in charge makes like it's okay that we can't hear?
Okay. Chair, is this better? Bobby, can you hear me better here? Okay. Can't hear me at all.
Doesn't seem to be working at all.
Okay. Is that better? All right. Okay, so we had a very successful meeting on the 5th of February this year. We used the time to reflect on the different areas of work and how that links to the mandate. Just as a recap, what is the mandate of the Climate Finance and Innovation Working Group? Ultimately, it's to monitor and evaluate climate finance flows, conduct research and analysis to enable recommendations for mobilizing climate finance and to enable the flow of funds at scale. So in relation to that, I'm going to give you feedback on 3 big projects that have a bearing on the work we're doing here. One of them, I'm looking for an endorsement of the updated project plan, but I'll get to that. So the first big project is the biennial study that the ED also gave you feedback on, the South African Climate Finance Landscape Report. This was a piece of work that was an update to an original report that was done by Green Cape. And this report looked to assess climate finance flows. Where's the money coming from? Where's it going? What are the gaps? What are the big areas of investment in the country? We were able to successfully conclude that piece of work, and we did a big launch at the JSE. Now you might ask, how do we take it forward? And it's quite critical that we institutionalize this process so it becomes a mainstreamed activity, because once you know where the money is going and where the opportunities are and where the gaps are, you can then plan to mobilize finance to get to the areas we need it most. And in this case, the just transition is one of those areas that's lacking. The other big work program that we are also working on, and it came out of the JET IP discussions and consultations, is the Municipal JET Support Program, which was conceived, like I said, to help with the response in terms of local government in project pipeline development. And ultimately, we're looking to capacitate so we can get projects up to scale, and of course, then facilitate the matching of funds to these projects. It's quite innovative because it's putting what we're doing into practice in 10 municipalities, which is really critical. So we are now at a point where we are actually putting together a steering committee, and we are starting to mobilize the work. So over the next few months in meetings, we will provide more feedback on that. Now, in terms of the third project, the Just Transition Financing Mechanism, you've heard a lot about that. And the ED also presented in his feedback report that we were meant to table that report here today. That has not happened. And the reason for that is that we've extended the project plan because we needed to go into a larger commenting period, so a longer commenting period. Just to give you an idea, what is this project aimed at doing? It's aimed at addressing barriers to the mobilization of just transition finance at scale. And we are also looking to operationalize a JTFM, of course, housed within the right institutional entity. And we needed, of course, these entities to endorse this whole mechanism. So it's quite critical that we give the time and the necessary consultation on such an important instrument, because once in place, we can then start looking at how we can mobilize finance at scale to the right projects. So what we've done is we've extended the project plan, and what we are looking to do is then table this report only in June. We've extended the comment period. I think it was supposed to end in Jan. We've now extended it by a month in terms of the draft report. So I do urge you to have a look at it, and if you and your entities want to comment, please feel free. The comment period is extended to the 25th of February. Thereafter, we look to actually have another bigger consultation. And we want to incorporate the findings as well of the TIPS work. You might recall there's various pieces of work ongoing with a similar kind of slant and intention in terms of their objective. We want to incorporate that into this work and have an overall comprehensive recommendations report. So like I said, we also want to ensure that all stakeholder views are incorporated. This has been a discussion and an area of a lot of debate, frank conversations, and we want to ensure that all of those issues are adequately incorporated and taken into account in order to fully get the endorsement that we need. So I would like, Chair, for this meeting to endorse and acknowledge the extension of this project timeline, and that we will then only bring the final report in the June meeting. Thank you, Chair. The rest of the projects are in the actual submissions. I'm not going to go through all of those, and look to hear from the committee if there's any questions, and then if we can get that endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you. There seems to be no questions or comments. Then we go on to Commissioner Puri.
I can take that as an endorsement, and we can have that tabled in June in terms of the request to the Commission.
I can't hear what you say.
Sorry, Chair, I'm looking to actually get the formal for recording of the minutes that we do have the project plan approved till the June submission, where we will table the report on the JTFM.
She's simply saying that they had originally said they would table the JTFM in this meeting. They are going to table it in the next meeting. Yeah.
Thank you. DG Patel, you want to say anything?
The only thing I would add is that, as we know, with the JET implementation plan, that contains recommendations for, with respect at least to the grant and deeply concessional parts of the JET-P package, a just energy transition financing platform. I think that's what it's called. And that will also be taken on board as the launching pad as we look towards a more sustainable medium to long-term proposal over a multi-year period that would be an effective mechanism to ensure that grants, deeply concessional components, and hopefully also private sector leverage can come into some mechanism to ensure that the just part of our transition does not get left behind.
Bobby Peak? You had your hand up? No. Tesigan? Just your area of work, is it covered by this climate finance work that is going on?
It's a key component, Chair, and what we're looking for is the instruments that's happening under the auspices of the Climate Finance Group led by Dubia. Gives us the overall framework within which the major thrust will be the JARP, the Just Adaptation and Resilience Investment Plan. We think the bulk of it will fall within that, but there are extra to that other mechanisms around community participation that we would have to examine in much more detail. And that in turn will happen firstly, I think, on the outside, and then eventually update the issues around the finance mechanism and certainly the character of the climate finance landscape.
Thank you, Chair. On the radar of the PCC's agenda over the next year at least is the development of an adaptation and resilience investment plan. As we know, with the focus on decarbonization, the JET IP, in fact, in large part represents the mitigation component, and we believe that the mitigation financing plans are much more advanced than adaptation and resilience, which I think maybe for obvious reasons has lagged behind. What's also of interest is the President's announcement in the SONA, which I think the Commission would have to reflect upon, because what it essentially indicates is that there will be a climate resiliency fund set up that's been announced by the President, and how that attenuates and aligns to the broader climate finance work is going to be, I think, a critical question over the next short while if we are to give practical effect and implement what the President announced at the SONA.
Thank you.
Next. Thank you, Deputy Chair, and good morning again, everyone. So I'm reporting for the Monitoring and Evaluation Working Group. I'm going to highlight three issues. The first point relates to our work on Komati. Commission's recommendations report was published in November last year, after several visits to Komati and a lot of research. And it is this working group's intention closely to track implementation of the Commission's recommendations at Komati. And that is because we continue to regard it as really critical to the work of the Commission, but the just transition more generally. And particularly to record learning here so that the PCC can give one informed advice for the next coal plant decommissioning sites. So since our report was published, there have been various engagements between the Secretariat and other institutions, including the PMU, the Mpumalanga government and others. There is also new engagement between our working group and the employment strategy team around the partnership implementation model that they are leading on, which is intended to include Komati as a site of work. At our working groups meeting a couple of weeks ago, we had a report from Eskom's Just Transition Office on progress at Komati. And it is good to see that there are many pieces of work underway by Eskom there, including progress towards implementing the World Bank funded projects, which has been slow to take off. It looks like there will be quite a lot more to report by the time we meet again in June. Eskom also
interestingly reported on various transition projects at both Indrina and Grootvlei power stations ahead of those planned decommissionings. The working group is exploring a follow-up visit to Komati to meet with stakeholders there, including but not limited to Eskom. The second report relates to the State of Climate Action Report that was mentioned earlier by the Executive Director. This is a very important output for the PCC, and it's intended to be a comprehensive and frank look at the progress that we are making as a country and as social partners in terms of climate action, transition, adaptation, finance. It's been sent to a very wide range of external experts, and we also encourage all commissioners here, and there are many of those in the room who have special fields of expertise, to engage with the text and send comments to the secretariats. The deadline for those comments is the 4th of March. And then finally, you'll remember at the last working group meeting, I mentioned at the last commission meeting, I mentioned the work that had been done by a group of community researchers on the just transition, and undertook to share that report with the commission. It was tabled formally at the Monitoring and Evaluation Working Group, but you can also find a copy on your desk. It's this yellow brochure that you got. That I really encourage you to read that. It is a really like real-time feedback and basis, based on a very monitoring evaluation undertaken by community members on how they're perceiving both the impact of the transition as well as climate change on their lives, on their communities. And this really should inform so much of what we're doing here at the Commission. Thanks, Deputy Chair.
Thank you for that, Melissa. It brings us to the end of the reports. We can now go on to the item on feedback from the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and allow me to acknowledge yourself, Monday, fellow commissioners, and also the CEO and all members of the Secretariat. First of all, Chair, one would want to suggest that we will circulate this. I'm not going to. I hate people who do PowerPoint, so I'm not going to do it. But I think we'll circulate it to everybody. Many members of the Commission were actually at COP28, so I don't want to bore colleagues. Let me first of all thank you, Chair, for your comments with regard to the establishment of this Commission. And I think it is useful now that we have reached the end of our first 3.5, 4 years of operation, just to reflect on the journey that we've traveled. And I think that we can say that the Commission has managed to mainstream, both in government and in society, discussion on the climate transition. I think prior to the establishment of this Commission, climate change was something which was either understood by environmental organizations or was regarded as a bit of a fringe exercise by mainstream society. And I think that what the Commission has managed to do is to put debates about the implications of climate change and the requirements for an effective response, both from a mitigation and an adaptation point of view, very firmly on the agenda of government and of society. And I think this is a significant contribution. The second thing that I think that the Climate Commission has managed to do is to bring into one room actors from very different perspectives on the climate issue to be holding a conversation about what needs to be done. One of the experiences that I've had through the international work that I've been privileged to do is an opportunity to talk to many of my fellow ministers about the climate transitions in their own countries. And both in France and in Germany, the ministers have at different points made it very clear that we have to front load the socio-economic developments ahead of the decommissioning. And that actually has been well received by our partners, and there is definitely appetite for that approach. And I suppose it's really up to all of us to be working on how actually going to be utilizing particularly the grant component of that money in that regard. Chairperson, with regard to the climate bill, I'm pleased to say that through our interactions, both with the presidency, through the leader of government business, the deputy president, and also our interactions with the National Council of Provinces, the climate bill is a priority bill of the NCOP to pass before the rising of the National Council of Provinces. At this stage, it is due to be passed in the middle of April. And the next week on Tuesday, or was it this week, Flo? It was this past week, there was a briefing to the select committee. Sorry, I've been caught up in the SONA debate, so I wasn't in that meeting. But there was a briefing to the portfolio committee. The public hearing process has started, And I would request the Climate Commission to give the same support to the NCOP for those public hearings that you gave to the National Assembly, because I think it was a very important intervention on your part. Chair, with your permission, before I speak about COP28, I would just like to speak about the Climate Response Fund, which the President announced in the State of the Nation address. And I think that we were exceedingly pleased with that announcement. And really the idea of this fund is to set up a mechanism so that we can protect our infrastructure from climate-related impacts, but we can also have a mechanism where we can raise money to restore infrastructure that is damaged as a result of extreme weather events and other climate-related occurrences. Now, one of the things that we know is that we are facing increasing extreme weather events, and these extreme weather events are currently being handled by the disaster relief mechanisms that exist in provinces and in municipalities. What we really need is a more effective early warning system. I think where we have used those, the Weather Services early warning system effectively, we've had far fewer casualties, and that really, I think, is in line with the global trend that early warning systems are extremely important. But what we also understand is that unless we deal with building climate resilience of infrastructure against wildfires, protecting food security and water security, loss and damage becomes a bottomless pit. And so I think that we're very glad that the idea of this fund is not just to address loss and damage issues, but to help us to build climate resilience. Now, the idea of this fund is that there would be support from government, but it's also intended to attract other forms of financing from the private sector. And I think when the president discussed his idea with me, he indicated that he would want it to be set up in a similar way to the COVID relief of fund that was set up, which allowed intervention by the private sector, but also allowed for other mechanisms by which the private sector could contribute in kind. For example, if a city were to be wiped out by an extreme weather event overnight, as happened with the city of Beira, for example, what kind of mechanisms could we put in place to support homeowners with their bonds and, that kind of conceptualization. So what we are thinking is that either the DBSA or the IDC would be responsible for designing and operationalizing the fund. And it would also this fund would act as a channel for South Africa to access the International Loss and Damage Fund that is being set up under the UNFCCC. Now, I'm quite excited about this fund because South Africa has been very instrumental in the international domain in setting up the Just Energy Transition Partnership. And this is an innovative mechanism to allow for international financing of our mitigation efforts. What we understand is that internationally, countries have not yet got their heads around adaptation financing for developing countries. And we think that if we work on this fund, this could be an important opportunity for us to be creating a model that could serve internationally for adaptation financing. So I just thought it was important to share with you some of the thinking that is going into this particular fund. And we've already been bouncing ideas with the CEO. And of course, we would like the Climate Change Commission to be involved with us in the conceptualization and the establishment of this fund as well. Let me conclude with a few words on COP28. And I think that from the perspective of the African Group of Negotiators and from the perspective of the non-aligned movement, we were very pleased with the outcome of COP28, because for the first time in many, many years, we felt that there was a substantive attention given to issues that we had been campaigning for a very long time. So I think, first of all, you will all recall that even before the start of the formal negotiations, there was establishment and preliminary capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. And for particularly small island developing states and also for least developed countries, this is a very, very important initiative, because the climate impacts are extremely severe on the economies of those countries. And obviously, countries such as ourselves are not precluded from applying to this fund should we need to do so. Secondly, I think that we are very happy that finally there has been adoption of a global goal on adaptation. This is something that the African continent and other vulnerable nations have struggled for years and years to achieve. I can remember when I was first appointed, we couldn't even get the issue of adaptation onto the main agenda of the COP. So this is a very important decision. It does have measurable targets. It is time bound. There is recognition of the importance of securing adequate public finance for adaptation from developed countries. So I think that is very important. And then, of course, the language in the global stocktake, which recognized and underscored that climate impacts would be much lower at the temperature increase of 1.5 degrees compared with 2 degrees. I think that was very important. As you know, I worked together with the minister from Denmark on the facilitation of the global stocktake, and at all times we emphasized that climate ambition must be balanced across mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation. And we also emphasized that there must be equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, which underpin the asks on developing countries. You would also have seen the influence of South Africa in the adoption of the framework on a just transition, which recognizes a country's right to pursue its climate resilience path in the context of sustainable development and poverty eradication. There was also, for the first time, language that talked about the transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy systems in a just, orderly and equitable manner so as to achieve net zero by 2050 in keeping with science. So I think that all in all, we can welcome the outcomes. I think that the approach in the cover document of an all of society, all of a economy transition approach represents a progression in the evolution in the international community's collective understanding of just transitions that in the past tended to focus only on the energy sector and on the related workforce issues. And of course, we welcome the strong language on human rights, inclusivity, and participation in the decision to nationally define just transitions in which all stakeholders have a role to play and the right to development is respected. And we think this is fundamental to the achievement of climate justice, both at a national and at an international level. You would note that the other big battle for developing countries was to make sure that the final text took a stand against unilateral measures such as carbon border adjustment mechanisms or CBAM. And the decision emphasizes that unilateral measures should not constitute a means of arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination or disguised restrictions on international trade. So the decision calls for greater cooperation and support aimed at achieving sustainable economic growth and development in all countries, thus enabling them to better address climate change. So we think that these decisions really help us in terms of the way forward. Obviously, COP25, not COP25, COP29. COP29. COP29, the big issue is the finance issue. And I think that what is now agreed is that we've got to start to negotiate on the actual text. And of course, our position will be that there has to be adequate financing, that there has to be financing both for mitigation and adaptation and loss and damage. And those financing mechanisms have to be appropriate for developing countries that also face conditions of financial indebtedness. So obviously we would be putting up a significant battle that there needs to be reform of the international financial architecture, and that the primary instruments for climate financing need to be grant-based, not loan-based. And where they're loan-based, they are accessible to countries such as ourselves that face a significant debt burden. I think I'll pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that comprehensive presentation that you have made. A number of very exciting things: the proposed establishment of Climate Response Fund, the developments in the international negotiations, your comments made about Komati, I think, are most welcome. And you're quite right. Not only government, but this commission makes it a high priority that we get things right there. And also your presentation on the new legislation. We have a few minutes for any comments or observations on what the ministers have to say. Let's see all the hands. Okay, there's a lot of hands that we've got now. Let's start with the Commissioner Shabalala, because he hasn't spoken yet.
Thanks, Chair. It's my 2024 resolution not to talk too much. Thank you, Minister, and good morning, ministers, fellow commissioners, and yourself, Chair. I'm happy to see you still in good health. Two questions really from my side. And thanks, Minister, for taking us into confidence in terms of your meeting with the World Bank on the other side.
Note I got from Atlanta, it says, please may the speakers bring their mics closer to themselves. Thank you.
Let me be the first to do that. And thanks for that, because it speaks to what we all know, that the Komati project is a fully funded project. So I'm not sure whether you would want to take us into confidence in terms of your concerns, what you were raising with them, given the fact that very little happened in Komati, even if it's a fully funded project as we know it today. What were your concerns as you were engaging them around that? The second question is, it's really a concern maybe if the funds that you're talking about is going to take the shape of the COVID-19 relief fund. Personally, I've got a bit of a challenge with that, given the history of what happened with those funds when they were released by government into the hands of the private sector. We know that banks were very, very arrogant in terms of supporting companies that were in trouble during that time. Right? We know that there have been employers who were claiming those funds, but not paying those monies to workers. As a result, we lost a lot of jobs with those funds still there. Now, my question is, how is this time around, if that's the direction that's going to be followed, how is government going to make sure that these funds does not disappear in the hands of the private sector? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Mac, for those questions. Look, let's go back to the original conceptualization of what the just transition would look like. And let's think also about the education that all of us were getting from international examples. And if you think about that, a lot of the focus was on the workers who would be directly employed in the power stations and what would happen to those workers. Less focus was on the broader ecosystem. So if you go back, and I think about when in the JET meetings we were being briefed on Komati, we kept on asking the question, what is going to happen to the workers? And what we were told is, no, none of the workers will lose their jobs because they are highly skilled and we're going to transfer them to other power stations. I think that the research that the Climate Commission did on Komati indicated that the workers directly employed in Komati were not the issue. The issue is all the workers that were employed in the private institutions that were supporting Komati. And if you think about our early conceptualization, it was less on the ecosystem and more on skilling and retraining of the direct workers. So I think that the problem in Komati is not it's not an Eskom worker problem, it's an ecosystem, it's a Komati ecosystem problem. And that is why we are saying with the progress of the just transition, you've got to address that first. Because actually these skilled workers are not the ones who are going to be disadvantaged, because one way or another, somebody wants them. Either Eskom itself wants them or another institution in society will want them because they are skilled. The real problem is what happens to everybody else, whether they were selling meat on the taxi rank, whether they were running the taxis. Those were ideas that we didn't conceptualize when we first thought about the jet. And that is what what I shared with the World Bank was the outcomes of the Climate Commission study and where the problem is located. I also spoke to them about the broader socioeconomic problems that have arisen, the rise in gender-based violence, child nutrition, all of those kinds of issues. So I think that has been the fundamental learning for all of us. And the way in which we're going to move forward, I think, is going to be very different from the way in which that experimental guinea pig project was conceptualized. But what I said to the World Bank is, if you don't fix this ecosystem problem and we don't find an alternative base, economic base for that community, then you can't expect the community in Hendrina to be looking forward to this mess. So the proof of concept has to be that it works for everybody and that it's just for everybody and that we honor that commitment that nobody must be left behind. Difficult, complicated, and much, much more challenging than I think we had originally conceptualized. Because if you look, for example, if we were to take the case of a developed country like Germany, the broader society would have other things to do because the economy is big enough to offer them other opportunities. But because of our current economic difficulties and because of the history of how our economy became the unequal and inaccessible economy that it is, if you look at your just transition framework, one of the things you said is that this transition has to help us deal with the problems of the past. That was an academic statement. It was a correct statement, but it was an academic statement. Komati tells us exactly what those problems of the past are and how we've got to address them going forward. Just on the funds, look, I think that if you are to reflect on the COVID situation, what you know is that there was an unplanned crisis that we had to respond to as it unfolded. And in this instance, we know that there's going to be climate change. We know that there's going to be slow onset events. We know that there's going to be there's going to be extreme immediate events. What we also know is that there's a lot of organization around the climate issue and the questions of climate justice and climate usage. So I don't think that this climate issue is going to sit here and allow all other things to happen and say nothing. I think the difficulty that you had during that COVID time is that there wasn't organized oversight. Whereas I think it's a very, where we are is a very different situation. From a government perspective, we need additional finances. We don't have the finances that are required ourselves. We need to bring in additional finances. And we know that the climate impacts, it's a whole of society concern. So we've got to set this thing up so that there's adequate oversight, so that there's adequate access. But at the same time, we must make it available so that it can attract additional finance. And you know that in order to attract additional finance, everybody wants to know, if I give R1 to this fund, will it go to deal with climate or will somebody eat it? And I think that means that people will want to know that it's independently administered, there's proper due diligence, and money will be used for the purposes for which it is collected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. It's now time for tea, and there are a number of other questions, Minister. You've provoked a lot of discussion, and people like to talk to you. It's understandable, and they like to keep you on the floor. So we're going to try to see, I'll try to see whether I can fit in further questions in the course of the agenda. But let's have our tea break now. And when we come back, we deal with the integrated resource plan, because we have the people here from the Department of Minerals and Energy, and that's an important matter we want to deal with. And then we will try to put in the questions. If you don't mind, some people may corner you during tea time and ask you the questions that they have. Thank you. Let's break for tea. We come back at 11.
1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's been an echo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Basic. Two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Better. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
There's Mike. 1, 2. 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There's echo. 1, 2, 1, 2. Better. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
morning to the Honorable Minister. Good morning to the officials of the Commission and the members of the public. Chairperson, I'm going to take you through a presentation that we've presented at a number of forums, which I understand some of the commissioners were part of. So I'm not going to drill into the details, but I'll just highlight a number of issues that I think are important in terms of providing the context of the work that we have done in terms of this draft IRP. The presentation which was circulated, that's the content in a nutshell. As I indicated, the purpose is to share the context of the plan. I've already indicated we've had a number of public engagement sessions, including we've participated in 2 sessions that were organized by the Commission with the public. We are continuing to engage various stakeholders on an invitation basis. For example, next week, Monday, we'll be engaging with Labour. They've invited us to come and do the presentation. So we're going around gathering input from the various stakeholders. And we're still open with the timeline now extended to March, end of March for submissions. As a department, we are still open to any other organization or groupings that would want to engage with us on the draft because we value the input and hence we put it out for public comments. In a nutshell, obviously the IRP in terms of the work that we do, is intended to provide supply to ensure that we balance supply and demand with specific focus on supply options that we should be pursuing to deal with, to ensure that we have energy security. And in the main, there are a number of objectives that we try and balance. The main one being security of supply. But when we do that, we take into account the need to ensure environmental sustainability, as well as the need to minimize costs, obviously to the economy and therefore to the end user. There are other objectives that include obviously the social objectives, such as making sure that we create employment. While we recognize that energy is an input, we also recognize that through this process, we should be creating opportunities for the unemployed, specifically because we live in a country where we have high unemployment rate. In terms of the key drivers that has necessitated us to revise the IRP, there are a large number of these drivers, but in the main, there are 3 key drivers. This with the fact that the energy availability factor of the existing fleet, which is mainly the ESCOM fleet, is way below what we had provided in the IRP 2019. And hence we find ourselves where we find ourselves now, where we have load shedding. The other assumptions that have changed is that in terms of the 2019 IRP, we had projected new generation capacity coming online at specified times. And we have seen that not all the generation capacity has come online as we had planned. And therefore, obviously, it means the plan needs to be adjusted to ensure that we still have a supply and demand balance. The biggest part as well is to ensure that it's the demand projection. The detailed IRP indicate that if you look at where we are today, we are trending way lower than what we had planned or what we had projected in the 2019 IRP. And there are various reasons for this low demand, including the fact that obviously some of the investment that could have happened has not happened. Some of the developments that would have resulted in additional demand have not happened. But also because when you look at demand on the grid, demand has found alternative ways to supply itself, where people have started obviously putting other solutions in place, such as rooftop solar. I would not go into details here, but we also know that there's work that the PCC is heavily involved in around the just energy transition. Those are some of the changes that when we develop this plan, we have to take into account. There's the energy action plan and specific activities that have been identified that we have to account for. And there's also been some regulatory changes that have changed the landscape or how the new generation capacity come online. In terms of the review process, without going into details, we started with a process of gathering assumptions, and during this process, we engaged a number of technical specialists or technical parties, including institutions of higher education, to engage on what our assumptions should be, specifically around issues of load shedding, of demand. We then obviously use these assumptions to develop a model, and we have a team then that runs a technical modeling exercise. And out of that exercise, we then drafted what we call now the draft IRP, which mainly focuses on the assumptions that we've made, the analysis out of the modeling, and the observations we are making. And we call them observations, not conclusions, because at this stage, we wanted to first engage with the public and ensure that we tighten and strengthen our assumptions. The process going forward is that we are at a point where we are undergoing public consultation of public inputs. Following this phase, we will go back, do additional, revise our assumptions on the basis of the input that we have received, and then we will then undertake additional technical modeling that will do the analysis out of that, and then we'll develop a final plan that will then obviously take to cabinet for consideration. I've already touched on the assumptions. I'm not going to go through this slide. The approach that we took for the IRP, in the past, what we'd normally do, we considered one time horizon, and we would try and optimize around that single time horizon. In this case, we took the approach that splits the time horizons into two. And this was necessitated by the fact that if you look at where we are now from a technical analysis point of view, our starting point is a starting point whereby supply and demand are not balancing. So you first have to deal with the balancing of the supply and demand, and then you can then move into optimizing for the future. Hence, we had the two time horizons, and specifically for the first time horizon, our approach was to basically quantify the generation capacity, the shortfall, and then assess a number of proposals that are currently on the table and determine the extent to which these initiatives address the challenge that we have. And if they don't, what else recommend or identify what else we need to do to close that gap. And here we looked up to a period up to 2030. There are views that we should look at a period up to 2035 as already some of the inputs that are coming, which we will consider. Then once we've done that, we then we looked at what we call Horizon 2. Horizon 2 being with the aim of us evaluating the energy mix pathways to inform our long-term power system policy choices. And here we analyze a core set of energy pathways in the medium to long term, obviously taking into account the need to ensure energy security, the need to decarbonize, and the need to ensure that whatever plan we have in place, it's low cost. And our approach here is that our starting point is that we have the endpoint. The endpoint is that we need to reduce emissions. We need to ensure energy security. But while we do that, we need to reduce emissions to a certain point. And what we then did, we said there are a number of options or pathways that can get us there. And there are a number of pathways that everyone has been talking about, but some of them not necessarily tested. We need to test them and be transparent and put them out there for people to see what they mean, this particular pathway, so that those who are going to make the ultimate decision have the full picture and presented to them. And that was basically the idea behind Horizon 2. I'm not going to go into the details of this slide. In this slide is basically showing you the number of scenarios that we have tested for Horizon 1. And here it was mainly a variation of the initiatives that we have on the table. For example, what we would have started with would have said, everyone says we have a pipeline of 12 gigawatts of private projects, but they are at different stages. So, for example, we said, if you only take those that have certain permitting or they are at a certain stage, and you only assume those are the ones that would be successful up to a certain period of time, what does it mean for the grid? So if you look at this, it's basically a variation of those. We go to the point where we say, what happens if you assume all of them are actually all of them materialize? What does it mean in terms of dealing with the challenge that we have? We also on the last one, we then also tested our assumption for Eskom energy availability factor. In this case, is about around 50%. We then tested a scenario where we say, if the initiatives to deal with maintenance issues within Eskom are successful and the EAF improves, what does that mean? Right, so we tested that scenario as well, and we comment around that when we do our comments. On Horizon 2, as I had indicated, we tested a number of pathways, and these are not all the pathways, and there is even a possibility of multiple or combination of pathways that we can test. We developed what we call the benchmark or the reference case. The reference case, by the way, is what everyone calls the least cost. The reference case, we just allowed the model to choose what it wants to choose. And here, when you drill into that option, you will see that it's that solution consists of mainly, I think it's gas, some storage, and renewables. So it's what people would typically term the least cost, where you don't have any controls around what your model can do. Then we tested what we globally called power system transition, which is a scenario we say, if you only throw renewable energy options and nothing else at the problem, what would the path, what would the observations be around the three issues that I've raised, energy security, emissions, as well as cost. We did the same. Everyone talks about delaying shutdown. And by the way, this scenario, everybody reads it as a policy decision or a proposal to delay shutdown. As I indicated, the scenarios were about testing all the scenarios so that the information is available to decision makers. So we tested a scenario. We say, what happens if you assume you delay shutdown of some of the coal power stations? Once again, from a energy security point of view, from an emissions point of view, and from a cost point of view, right? And we make assumptions around what that means from a cost point of view. Then we also tested a scenario where everybody talks about, let's deploy, and I call them cleaner coal, because I know the nuance between clean coal and cleaner coal. Cleaner coal technologies. We tested that scenario once again to say, if we have a debate about it, you know, what would that solution mean from a cost, from a energy security, and from a emissions point of view? And those are the 5 scenarios we've tested that we're reporting here. The team tested more, but these are the ones that we're reporting here. And we also acknowledge that there may be a combination of the scenarios that one can actually test. Oh. Yeah. Okay, no, thanks, because I don't have my contacts, so I'm I'm relying here. Okay, sorry. This is the slide I was presenting on. And so following these scenarios, we then make what we call observations, general observations. The detailed technical output is actually in the report, but at a high level, what do we observe for Horizon 1? What we observe for Horizon 1 is that the different energy generation initiatives that are there as part of the Energy Action Plan being implemented will contribute significantly to reducing unserved energy, which is basically load shedding. But our observation is that they must include what we call dispatchable generation. And the reason for this is because the problem that we are experiencing now is as a result of plant that is in its performance is erratic, right? So you need the flexibility of the system operator to be able to dispatch capacity when one of the plants that they currently have obviously fall offline. That can happen in the middle of the night, that can happen in the middle of the day. So hence we say they must include. And by saying they must include, it means it's not only dispatchable. Renewable or non-dispatchable, let me use that terminology, non-dispatchable and options have a bigger role to play. If you think about it, we currently, for example, we are running diesel at times during the day when actually to make sure that we meet demand. If you had obviously more renewable energy during the day, you would be able to displace that diesel and use it for dispatch at a particular point in time. But if you look at the problem that we have and the erratic nature of the Eskom power plants, you realize that you need additional dispatchable capacity to support even the plants that are there currently. The other observation that we make is that due to the lead time of new generation technologies coming online, the improvement in the EAF provides an option to deal with an unserved energy. It's the quickest. If, for example, we get EAF right tomorrow, it's plant that's on the ground, it means you get the energy available tomorrow to deal with the problem. All other options have a lead time. Renewable, non-renewable, all other options have a lead time. And that's our observation around this, including, as I indicated, some of the initiatives that are both, by the way, the government-led and private sector-led. What we also observe is that because of the low EAF factor that we have assumed for the Eskom plants, analysis for Horizon 1 indicate that the emissions, even if we deploy dispatchable capacity, for example, gas, emissions that we are going to see are still going to be within our nationally determined contribution, and mainly because we have a lot of the Eskom coal fleet obviously not being available and something else taking the space for that. We made a number of proposals in terms of the interventions that needs to happen. I will not go through them in details, but what we are calling for here for Horizon 1 is that we need to obviously intensify efforts to improve the Eskom availability factor for the plants. We need to accelerate the deployment of dispatchable generation capacity, such as gas. And maybe let me just explain the gas, and as the gas is seen in the IRP. The gas in the IRP is not new gas. So in Horizon 1, we have not made pronouncement for new additional gas. The gas that is assumed in Horizon 1 is the gas that first 3,000 megawatts that we had said must happen at Bucha is what the IRP 2019 had called for. The 3,000 megawatts at Richards Bay is what happens between the IRPs. There's what we call medium-term system outlook, ESCOM produces on an annual basis. ESCOM is required to do almost like a 5-year plan on the back of the IRP by the regulator to assess supply and demand. And based on obviously EAF that had tanked, ESCOM had done an analysis and had motivated that in addition to the gas that's in the IRP, they will need additional dispatchable capacity. And they motivated for that, and a determination was done, and the regulator went through a process where they issued the determination for 3,000 megawatts. So the gas that's in the IRP currently, sorry, in the proposal, it's not new gas outside of that is being proposed in this plan. It's gas that was always there and being planned to support the system. I think there's also about 1,200 megawatts, which was on the basis of the risk mitigation gas that had been procured. And I thought I should just clarify this because I know that I've seen a number of articles that seems to suggest this is new gas that we are bringing into the plan. These are the interventions that we're proposing. We're saying obviously we need to accelerate the deployment of, and this is all in addition to other initiatives that we're doing. And then we are then also saying as intervention 3, where it is technically and commercially feasible. We need to, obviously, the plant that you have on the ground, and if you can run it longer, it will help to obviously deal with the problem. But obviously, there has to be a technical and a commercial case behind it. We're not saying at all costs, don't shut down. Transmission, I cannot overemphasize the need, obviously, for additional transmission to unlock other projects. We also here flag the risks that we believe need to be managed. And the risks here is obviously the completion of the extension of life of Quebec. This is 1,800 megawatts we cannot obviously lose in the current context where we have a shortage. We also obviously here, and with understanding that there is law in place around air quality, and there are processes that have to be followed. We obviously here highlight the fact that there is a need to resolve this issue, whichever way it's resolved, to make sure that we don't lose between 16 and 30 gigawatts, which means if you lose that 16 and 30 gigawatts, it means you have no power system. I think it's a fact that's out there. On observation 2, on horizon 2 chairperson, and I'll try and move quick. We make observations here, and we say that from what we observe, the energy pathways based on renewable and clean energy technologies deliver the desired outcome for decarbonization of the power system. Oops, thanks for, okay. They deliver the desired for decarbonization of the power system. However, these pathways do not deal with the energy security completely. And what we also make decision on is that between 2031 and 2050, the system will require a new massive build because obviously of the decommissioning that will be taking place. And this will obviously have implications on the transmission network as well. What we've also noted is that pathways comprising of dispatchable technologies with high utilization factor, they do provide security of supply, but this is not the case other than with the delayed shutdown. And these technologies, and this is because the delayed shutdown obviously has emissions issues. Our view here is that to ensure security of supply in the long term, what we're noting is that while ensuring decarbonization and least cost of supply, it's that whatever path we finally decide on, this path will have to be, will be an outcome of a technical analysis and policy adjustment. And policy adjustment in a sense that it will have to take into account other factors, especially the social factors that take, the model does not take into account, for example, the implications of the decommissioning and all that. Chairperson.
DG, I don't know how long more you have. We've given you 1 hour for this and you're done. Okay. Wrap up, yeah.
What we had gone out to the public to ask for in terms of the plan is input on the assumptions, the horizons and the observations that we've made. And the general public has until the 31st, obviously, until the 23rd of March to provide comments. That's the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sure that commissioners have questions for you and comments, but before we do that, Lebogang is going to give us a summary of the Presidential Climate Commission recommendations on the draft IRP. Lebogang.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'll just quickly go through the IRP briefing notes that was circulated to the commissioners as part of the summary recommendations on behalf of the commission. Just looking at the fact that electricity is critical for development and the IRP is challenged by multiple policy objectives, just safe to say that we acknowledge that the IRP is a living plan that is expected to be regularly reviewed, focused on multiple policy objectives of security of supply, energy affordability, and carbon emissions reduction, and that ultimately fiscal policy final policy decision must be taken on the basis of a long-term decarbonization trajectory while improving South Africa's competitiveness, growing the economy through industrial renaissance, as outlined in the NDP. The IRP therefore exists in and is influential on multiple policy documents, including the National Development Plan, the Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan, the National Infrastructure Plan, as well as the Integrated Energy Plan. The PCC process on which these draft IRP 2023 briefing and comments are based on, firstly, a process that began in July of 2022 till December, a series of technical sessions on key electricity and just transition concepts. This helped build the capacity of stakeholders, building on top of the electricity recommendations that we would have made. The process in January to March 2023 included initial research review and hypothesis documents, informed an extensive stakeholder engagement program to inform recommendations. In April, Chair of 2023, the electricity recommendations report, technical stakeholder, and the recommendations to the President. In January of 2024, the IRP was released and the PCC Secretariat reviewed the IRP against the Commissioner's recommendations that were made in the electricity recommendations. In February of 2024, additional stakeholder sessions with experts and social partners, the DMRE team were extremely supportive. And as of March 2024, the PCC will review Commissioner inputs, update IRP 2023 recommendations document and support to the President, and submit to the President as well as to the DMRE. Now, there has been a useful innovation in the IRP 2023 analytical approach. I think the DJ has to a significant extent already touched on this. Firstly, in terms of scenarios and modeling to 2030, the DMRE developed 5 scenarios from which they extract several learnings and principles. In terms of the IRP prescription, the energy mix to 2030, the DMRE used the principles extracted in the Horizon 1 analysis to suggest an energy mix up to 2050 expressed in table 2. There is no scenario from horizon 1 that reflects the energy mix expressed in table 2. Next, scenarios and modeling to 2050. Using table 2 as a fixed baseline from 2024 to 2030, the DMRE model 5 scenarios extending from this single line out to 2050. And then just in terms of conclusions, general principles, the DMRE make a number of non-prescriptive recommendations intended for national debates resulting from the modeling exercise. Now, the PCC has made several critical observations. Firstly, in terms of energy security, it's just going through the document, it just seems like the IRP does not address its primary energy security objective and does not provide any analysis to show how this might be achieved in the short term. Secondly, the developmental context is something that we've also observed. We don't seem to see that the IRP acknowledges its developmental context. It is not a least cost solution and does not address energy access or energy efficiency. This, combined with its vulnerability to private sector investment, could drive long-term inequality. The IRP 2023 does not provide sufficient market signals to support developmental policies like the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, which we've discussed in this commission in previous commission meetings. There's also a sense that there are incomplete scenarios. The IRP's analysis for us is incomplete, and its analysis does not support the conclusions that it makes. There is a significant mismatch between the IRP 2023 and the benchmark studies that the PCC has previously reviewed. In terms of emissions, the IRP does not effectively address the issue of climate change and air quality, and this has been raised in a number of consultations that the PCC has been a part of, which means that in essence, the IRP is put into direct conflict with the law, South African law, as well as international agreements. Now, I just quickly want to go through some initial recommendations. The analytical framework established by the DMRE allows for further analysis needed to conclude on an electricity mix. Firstly, in terms of initial recommendations, further analysis is required to answer the basic questions that the IRP should address. At the very least, a scenario to 2030 that more aggressively addresses load shedding is definitely needed. This needs to be done in the context of different electricity forecasts, including demand scenarios aligned with NDP objectives. Further analysis and scenarios that don't constrain technology deployment are needed to fully establish system level costs. Secondly, it recommended, and the viewpoint is that there is a lack of transparency, and the limited time for consultation is problematic and not aligned with the principles of procedural justice. I mean, we do note that there has been an extension of a further month, but more time is definitely needed, but what we have been afforded, we definitely do appreciate. More detail on table 2 and the proposed energy mix on cost relative to least cost options needs to be published. The DMRE needs to release all the assumptions used in the modeling and to widen the breadth and the duration of their consultations. Thirdly, the review of the extent of the cost and emissions differences between the IRP 2023 and the PCC review of benchmark studies needs to be undertaken. The PCC also have concerns about the lack of learning curves in the models. Fixing 2021 costs for technologies that are evolving over the period of the study will disadvantage technologies whose prices are rapidly lowering, in particularly for storage. And just lastly, a detailed review of air quality and its impact on technology choices is needed. Deputy Chair, for the remainder of my presentation, I'm just going to ask Steve to come in on the next slide.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So we thought you might appreciate a bit more detail on the emissions aspects of the IRP. So just for some context, the chart on the left shows with the dark green dots our NDC ranges in 2025 and 2030. And those sort of golden bars are the dots reflect what was agreed in the UAE consensus, where in order to stay below 1.5 degrees, there's a need to drop by 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035, acknowledging that developing countries like ourselves would not be expected to meet this kind of global pathway. But you can see there's already quite a significant gap between that pathway and what we have committed to do. The other thing it illustrates is that over time, you would have to have quite a significant drop in reductions to get to net zero by 2050 or even 2060. And so the future pathways need to be kind of kept in that framing, that you have this continual reduction in emissions over time to net zero. And so we put figure 21 from the IRP on the right. You know, you've read a document many times when you can refer to specific figures. And so that gives a sense that the lower pathways, the top pathway there is the emissions from the coal extension scenario. And so you can see that probably wouldn't be aligned with a sort of long-term decline in emissions required. Let's jump to the next slide. The other insight just from the modeling that we thought would be helpful to keep in mind is that most of the emissions reductions in the modeling exercises happen between 20 and 2035 from an economy-wide perspective. So this is one study from the World Bank's Country Climate Development Report, and you can see a big chunk of the emissions, you know, roughly 58% are coming in that decade. So that and within the sort of international talks, it's kind of referred to as the decade of action, because that's consistent with a lot of the international models as well. So we would expect that a 2035 NDC in that context would require potentially quite significant improvements on the 2025 and 2030 NDC goals. Next slide, please. So we have some specific questions about how the emissions were calculated, and basically 4 key points. One is the starting point is slightly different from what we have calculated. So the IRP starts at about 180, starts at about 180 megatons of emissions. So the right-hand part of that figure that you're looking at there. Whereas our calculations are more around 187, which if you think about in the NDC range, is about a 10% difference relative to the NDC range, so not that small. The second point is the reduction in GHG emissions are not consistent with our expectations for what you would get in the reduction in energy output. So you have about a 23,000 gigawatt hour reduction in electricity output in that left-hand chart, but a 40 megaton drop in emissions, and the grid emissions factor as it's currently structured is 1:1. So you would expect about a 20 to 23 megaton drop in emissions. So there's a sort of double difference there, which could be due to electricity mix, but we're not too clear on what the assumptions going into the model were. The third point then is really a discussion we need to have about how much electricity is expected to contribute to the NDC. So the NDC is obviously framed as an overall economic reduction, and so what share of that reduction should electricity play? Most of the models have that at sort of 80 to 90% by 2030, and continuing in that sort of vein towards 2050, primarily because it is the easiest and cheapest part of the economy to decarbonize. So that then would give a much bigger range. So the 2 bars at the top of the right-hand chart there with the sort of diamonds on them are the DMRE's estimate of the contribution of electricity our range is much bigger than that. So where they have the contribution of electricity going below the NDC range, the PCC's calculations show that it would be about halfway down NDC and not below or near the bottom. And then finally, we also would need to, as we made the point in the earlier slide, think about the emissions in the context of changing NDC targets over time. Obviously, that's difficult for the DMRE to do because those targets haven't been set, but we would, I guess, like to see scenarios that explore what those different NDC ranges might be and how that might impact technology choices. So that's just a little bit additional detail on the emissions side of the IRP, and we had a discussion with the DG prior to this and hope to engage more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we open it up, Lebofang, what process are we going to follow now from here onwards?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So the initial, the Secretariat has worked through the IRP and has developed this initial briefing note for the Commission and the Commissioners. It's already gone through the Net Zero Working Group meeting. There was an extended meeting where all Commissioners were invited to give inputs in terms of the IRP and make inputs into this particular briefing note. In this sitting here today, we will take further inputs from the Commissioners, but ideally is to get a endorsement and approval of the recommendations that have currently been put, as it's already gone through the Net Zero Working Group meeting in an extended session.
Yeah, I'm more interested in knowing how is it that how do we see the process towards the finalization of the IRP? Because really we're part of it. And so it's one thing submitting our comments. It's another thing working with the DMRE to arrive at the finalization on this matter, because our duty is not complete by giving comments, which I'm sure we will agree with our comments here. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with what our comments are. But regardless of what draft RP the government would have put out, the department would have put out, we and a lot of other people would have had comments. So that's fine. The more important thing is that we need an IRP that's compatible with our NDCs, with the 2050 targets, and those sorts of things, and with all the other matters that have been spoken about, the meeting, load shedding, economic development, and employment, and all of that. We need, I don't know, Crispin, if you put another thing in mind what the process would be. Surely we wouldn't just leave it at this and say, we've given you our comments.
Chair, our practice is not just to make comments, but to roll up our sleeves and work with the core regulatory department and help clarify that. I think, I mean, the prerogative obviously is in the DG's hands. He's ultimately got to thread this needle and balance all of these interests. Our team is, ready, willing, and able to engage with him and his team in more detail on, the modeling, the assumptions, particularly the emissions calculations, and try, work at an improved outcome.
Yeah, DG, I was asking those questions because you have the difficult task of bringing the Climate Commission on board. And the Climate Commission is the platform really for you to get consensus amongst the major social partners on this matter, because they are all here. And let's just hear what's on your mind. How do you see the process going? Because I mean, you would need to get the commission to support the RP in the end.
No, thank you, Chair. I think ideally we would want everyone to support the RP, but I think experience is that it's a highly contested piece of policy. And I can imagine, Chair, the situation where I have the support here and then you go to NEDLAC and then those who were not happy with something here raise the issue there. But maybe, Chair, in terms of how I see the process unfolding is that we've obviously noted the comments that have been made. And my experience with this process is that, you know, when we engage on the outcome and not the assumptions behind the work, we tend to find that we are well apart, right? I think for me, the next engagement with the commission is to go and engage on the details around the work that the commission has done. For example, the point that was raised about the different emissions. I mean, if your starting point, your demand assumptions are different, the power output will be different. The emissions that you see will be different, right? So there has to be that technical engagements to make sure that the input is on the same assumptions, right? I mean, we also, Steve also touched on the issue around the NDC. I think it's one of the issues that we've been raising as well to say, what does net zero mean for the electricity sector, right? We need to define that to make sure that when we do our final modeling, that's the point we're working towards. And if we deviate from it, we're explicit why we're deviating from it, those kind of things. So, Chair, what I'm seeing going forward is that I see us through Steve and Crispin having a technical engagements where we go into the details of the input that has been made and then incorporating those into the additional analysis that we'll be doing. I think that's the only way we'll get closer with the commission. That's my view.
Secretary Director says he supports what you've said fully. Minister, did you want to speak or are you just holding your mic? Yeah. Just to say that unlike other stakeholders that you would be consulting and all that, and I think you're completely correct. You know, you're not going to get after whatever, how much work you put into this, there are people who are going to punch holes into it. It's just the nature of it, and that's that. One has to accept that. But on the technical side of things, there's a lot of stuff that is just straightforward, empirical, and data-driven, and scientific. And surely on that, I think that you know, one can get that kind of thing right. This commission is different from the other stakeholders that are consulting in the sense that you are part of this commission. And so if this commission supports the IRP, it goes a very long way towards saying that there is national consensus. That's what we'd like to do here. It's not going to be easy because, and not everybody on the commission will agree. And you're quite right, even if the commission agrees, you will find at NEDLAC, maybe the NUMSA people will pretend as though they were not part of this commission. It's okay, that's life. That's life, you know. But the effort you put into this will go a long way. And I think that I'm very pleased with what you say, Crispin. I think that between you and the DG, you can work out an in-depth process of working together and bring to bear all of the resources and the intellectual resources that the commission can also accumulate to assist with the RP process, and we get something going. So, but thank you for that. I think that I'm very pleased with the approach that you are taking in finalizing this matter. Is it Melissa?
Thank you so very much. Firstly, we must indicate that this is a very complicated process. Because as it is, firstly, the first things first. As NUMSA would have, I mean, I know I represent NUMSA in the commission, I represent Labour in the commission. Would have to make sure that our response, our technical response to this is not limited to what we are talking about here. There are other issues that will obviously follow the dates of the DMERE. Yeah, but a few questions here. Maybe the first one is, what are we saying of the future of ESCOM by this IRP? Because we need to clearly see and not imagine that that's the beginning of the end of ESCOM. The second thing is, maybe we need to be, it is already recorded, we need to be very, very elaborate with regards to load shedding. And we need to show that the IRP is being developed at the time when the crisis is unbearable. So that the tone, the IRP should exactly show what exactly is being done to do away with load shedding. And the other part will be to make sure that we also, and maybe I missed something here, Chairperson, maybe I missed, is there any assumption that talks of more than maybe delaying what is that name? Decommissioning? Is there any option that talks to mothballing? And I'm saying this because we have seen elsewhere across the globe, when others would have challenges, they were able to go back to something. So we think those are the questions that needs to be answered, not for our pleasure, but for the pleasure of the people we represent and people who are asking those difficult questions of us. And the other thing, maybe we need to check if these are highly technical issues, the issues of the issue of your transmission grid, for instance. In any assumption that you make about a new entrance of your renewable technologies and all that, are we at a stage where we can say entrance it's working hand in hand with the system as designed, as a grid, with a grid as designed? Or would we have many more other challenges? Because remember, the IRP talks of quite a lot of things that talks to what we want to generate like. But whatever we generate should be able to go into the grid technically. So did we look at those things of the incompatibility, and how far are we working to make sure that the incompatibilities do not prohibit the work that should be done? The last part is just the last part that we'll probably deal with as the commission. When the inputs are made and all that, probably before we get to see the document gets submitted elsewhere, we'll get to see what have been added over and above what is there on the board. Thank you.
Gee, if your minister was here, the commissioner body wasn't going to be as brave and brazen, you know, because he was not going to be as gentle and laid back as you are. We have time for one more. You'll notice from this, it's not asking you to give all the answers here, because in any case, you are not a politician, because politicians, even if they don't know the answers, they will give you an answer. You are a professional. These are the things that are being outlined that the commission wants to discuss. This is what is on our minds, what has been said here in the process that we are giving. But we got, did Bobby Peak had his hand up? Let's hear. Oh, Melissa, go ahead.
Thanks. Just a quick question for Jacob Mbele about the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. There was quite a lot of, many of us in the room and others constituencies we represent participated in the process of consultation around the South African Renewable Master Plan, and there's a lot of excitement around it. It's obviously a critical document for enabling that industrial development and job creation that we so need in the transition. And we understand that process to be quite far advanced, and I was hoping you could give us some indication of when that would be finalized. Thank you.
The executive director sent me the following note. He says, please ask commissioners to give us written input on our recommendations within 1 week. It's not short. Okay, but within 1 week. So that would be a very useful thing also, and also to put to give to you, like Commissioner Body has done, the matters that are uppermost on our mind. You know, that this must deal with load shedding properly. It must deal with this, those sorts of things, to give you that. And then you can take it forward, and you must put it on the agenda of the next meeting. It would be good if you could. DG, you have a standing invitation to attend this meeting within, and to talk as much as you want to. Unlike my commissioners, I don't allow that just to talk, But you're doing this thing, and we want to influence you, really, to tell you, you can see here, we really want, and we can, and we have a lot to offer. So we got, did you have an Bobby? Yeah.
I know, Deputy Chair, you're under pressure. So essentially, thanks for the presentation. I think we now recognize that we're beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, and it's highly unlikely that we'll come back. But we need to recognize now, how do cities, and this is what the IRP and government should be doing, how do cities, neighborhoods, and abandoned farms live and plan for this life beyond 1.5? How do we mitigate against the lives that are going to be lost because we have breached 1.5 and probably will not come back? And so we need to recognize that this is not about data crunching. This is actually about people's lives. Loss of life must be our focus. And as NUMSA says, there are other issues. And the question is, what does the IRP say about getting energy to people and making Eskom stable? What is the IRP doing about making sure that not more people die? So we're proposing policies here that will exacerbate what is already a constitutional violation, because compliance with the MES is not about legal compliance only. Thousands of lives are blighted and lost early as a result of pollution from non-compliance and coal plants. You cannot just fix legal requirement by further postponements. You cannot fix the speeding fine by increasing speeding from 120 to 140. The limit is 120. And greenhouse gas emissions and toxic pollution are different things. And the DMRE must not conflate these issues and needs to recognize that people on the fence line of polluting plants have a double whammy. When you don't meet compliance, when you allow for non-compliance, people are poisoned with air pollution on the fence line. And then they get the double whammy of climate change impacting upon them as well. And they cannot afford to respond to that climate change impact. And then they don't have decent health facilities to respond to the immediate pollution impact. That's why for us, the just transition is about an overall, as NUMSA and as unions we have worked with for many years, it's about an overall change in society. And I think that's what the IRP needs to be asking and putting at the forefront of itself.
Thank you, DG. I don't know if you want to say anything. If you, there's about a minute or two, you can, if you don't need to respond to all the stuff, but you may want to say something.
No, Chair, I think some of the points that were made were comments that we'll take into account. I think just on the point around what the RP is and what it's not. I think there is a suggestion, the RP mainly is to provide a plan to balance supply and demand. But I'm hearing a call for the RP to be much more than that. We can look into that. For example, the RP, what's in the RP? There's a misconception that the capacity in the RP is for IPPs, not for ESCOM. The capacity in that is being provided for in the RP is not spoken for. Basically, it's available to be deployed through ESCOM or through IPPs. You know, the RP does not say who should. It says what must be done. And I think that's what's important that we must recognize. But Chair, I also feel it's important that I just re-emphasize the point that I made earlier that when it comes to air quality, there is no dispute that there are regulations, there's an act. And I think that's why in the IRP, we are not calling for what type of decision that must be taken. We are flagging the fact that if a solution is not found, we are going to have a problem. So I think our view must not be misunderstood for downplaying the issues related to air quality. And that's not the position of the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed, as we've said, with the comments coming into the Secretariat and then the Commission and DMRE working very closely together on this matter. We then go on to the next item, Crispian.
Thank you, Chair. So we are now changing focus. We're moving out of the formal part of the agenda and going into a little bit more of a strat planning session for the year ahead. And we're going to do this strat planning session in 4 parts. So we're going to start with a discussion on the theory of change. And this is at the request of commissioners in the last meeting. So it's a little bit more conceptual, and it's basically, you know, how do we see our role in relation to the broader just transition, and how do we think through the way that what we do impacts on change more broadly. And then we'll do that for lunch. And then after lunch, we're going to go into reflections on the strategic priorities and the outreach and communication strategy, and then the Commission's structure and functioning. And we do have, you'll remember her from last year, Justine Neke with us, who will kindly facilitate this part of the discussion, Chair, if that's okay. So I don't know if you want to say hello, Justine, before I give her. I'm going to do a short teaser input on the theory of change, just to get the juices flowing. It's not a long presentation.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you again. And I'm going to hand back to Crispian.
Thank you, Justine. So I'm going to start with the problem statement. And that is, I mean, and this is well known, and we've talked about it before. Climate change is rapidly accelerating, and it threatens lives and livelihoods. There are also profound shifts underway in the global economy in terms of pricing, low carbon technologies, the way the trade system is being reconfigured, all of which pose major challenges to us as a country. And if we are slow to act or do not act, we run the risk of unwinding our development gains as a country. At the same time, we've got some serious challenges with implementation. And we don't need to emphasize this. We're seeing weak implementation capacity and resource constraints across the system. And not just in government, but across all social partners, we're facing serious capacity and resource challenges. And we have a lack of consensus among social partners about the pathway we need to follow. And linked to that is that climate risks and just transition are not integrated into policy and action. Again, not just in government, but across all social partners. Or could we say unevenly integrated? Because I do want to recognize that many social partners have responded in certain ways, but we haven't done so evenly. And there are also issues around pace. So, we've debated this at length before. We want a pace of transition that is sustainable and which is aligned with our development needs as a country. So we want to basically maximize for the development outcomes of the transition. So, we're all signed on to this idea of a just transition. And I want to try and encapsulate in 3 points what we're trying to achieve. So the first is that we want institutions, not just government institutions, but institutions broadly in society that are effective and which support an inclusive growing economy and which build people's capabilities to respond to climate change. Secondly, we want to decarbonize the economy at a pace and a scale that optimizes for development. And by that, we mean jobs, livelihoods, and human development. And then thirdly, we want to put people at the center of decision-making to adapt to climate change and to take account of its social and economic impacts. And you can put that into a simplified if-then statement. So if institutions can be strengthened and made supportive of an inclusive economy, while we decarbonize the economy at a pace and scale that optimizes for development, by placing procedural, distributive, and restorative justice at the center of decision-making, then South Africa will transition to a low-carbon economy and a just climate-resilient society with an improved quality of life for all by mid-century. So that's more broadly how we think about a just transition. And then I want to reflect a little bit about the PCC itself. So, we previously, I think this is February last year, we spoke about the mission of the PCC being to build a compact between social partners around a just climate transition through an inclusive, transparent, action-oriented process informed by science. And we can come back and see whether that's still what the way we want to phrase it, and whether our focus remains on compacting, just transition, inclusion, science-based. And we talk about PCC as a change enabler. So, I mean, you know, our mandate is advisory. We make recommendations. But we like to break that down into what we can call the 3 I's. You know, China has the 3 represents. We have the 3 I's. So I number 1 is insight. We aim to provide the evidence base to support better decision making by social partners. Secondly, inclusion. We aim to forge a consensus between diverse stakeholders and social partners to build support for policy and action required for a just transition. And thirdly, impact. So we don't just consult and make recommendations. We're ultimately interested in action, although we're not executive. So it's a tension we hold. We don't have executive power, but we want to see impact. So we influence policy, we promote economic change, we monitor implementation, we give advice where we think action falls short. So we lean in and try and enable action. So using that conception and, you know, mindful of what we said broadly about the just transition and then bringing it home to the PCC. So what's our theory of change as the PCC about what we can do? So short term, you know, these are the things we directly control: meaningful stakeholder engagement, research and advice about the just transition, adaptation and mitigation, and advice and support about, you know, what in the climate space is called as nebulous means of implementation. Basically, it's the resources, the technology, and the capacity to implement the just transition and to mitigate and to adapt. So those are the things we directly control. And we would like them to mean that there is a knowledge and evidence base that informs planning and implementation of a just transition. And we'd like increased awareness and engagement to improve consensus on a just transition. And that should create the enabling conditions for actors to implement the just transition and the finance, capacity, and technology to be mobilized to achieve that. And we don't directly control those long-term outcomes, but that's what we'd like to see happen. And the ultimate impact that we're trying to create is collective action for a just transition based on an inclusive process. So that's the theory of change. And then just, you know, this came out when we discussed this theory of change amongst the chairs of the different working groups, and we wanted to link it back to, so what are we actually doing in the 3 I's to just make it a little bit more concrete? And we've discussed some of it this morning. So, you know, in the area of insight, we're making recommendations on employment and skills linked to a just transition. This is really the core of our just transition concerns. We're making recommendations on net zero pathways and the updated NDC, which DFFE will be finalizing later this year and early next year. We want to work with DMRE on things like the grid investment and pricing studies, which we think are critical to taking the energy system into the next step. We want to work on food, water, and built environment and turn that into an investment plan that can inform the climate change fund Minister Creecy was talking about. And we track and monitor climate finance flows, and we put out this landscape report every 2 years. So those are, you know, the insight areas. Then there's the inclusion areas, which is about communications, all the community consultations we do, the different social partners that we engage with, the youth program that we've been running, and the publications and webinars we've been putting out. And then there's the impact area. So this is much more about, the means of implementation and building implementation models. And that includes the partnership implementation model that we've been piloting in 2 districts in Mpumalanga, the just transition and adaptation financing mechanisms we discussed earlier, the advice to local government that we're doing around project structuring, the social ownership models that you approved earlier in this meeting, and the M&E that we've been doing on just transition implementation, such as the Komati report and the JET IP report we did last year. That's it, Chair. I'm going to hand over to Justine to then facilitate the discussion around the theory of change.
Okay, afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for that, Crispian. We're just getting some flip charts up so we can get your inputs in. But I think what you've seen is obviously the thinking around what ultimately the Presidential Climate Commission intends to do, or the impact that we see. It's a bit of a rethink from what was there in the business plan last year, and I think there's been a bit of a review taking into consideration some of the challenges that the Commission faces in terms of its work. So perhaps I can just start off with some hands in terms of questions or comments on what's been presented. And I'm just going to get a couple of hands. Just go ahead.
Thank you. Unfortunately, even if we make resolutions that we want to talk a lot, we still are expected by where we come from to make these points. Look, I think the first thing that we need to look at is our socio-economic realities. And I do understand that social science and economics, they are a science. If we are going to talk of what we are doing as only environmental, we are going to miss the point of marrying all those struggles and the resources, because you still have got to deal with a whole lot of these things. So when we talk of the science, I want to ask that we do not take one science that we like and leave others out. There may be technical aspects that are in your natural sciences and all that, it's fine. But if you look at your socio-economical challenges, you realize that there is nothing you can do well without considering socio-economical science. And I want to be practical with regards to that. One reason why we even sitting here is so that we may safeguard the issue of livelihoods and jobs. And bearing in mind that there is work that is happening, I think we need to do is to go a little deeper to create some sort of certainty with people that are affected. When I say people that are affected, I consider the 55% people, 55% of people, the population that are living in poverty, youth unemployment, and also to make sure that whatever jobs that are going to disappear are replaced. Otherwise, we'll dip into a bigger crisis where people will begin to question whether what we are doing is helpful or not. And the point that I'm going to make now, I'm going to make without fear, because sometimes we talk in circles around this. You know what happened in Komati showed us what happens when you are not in control of what you want to achieve. There were people who had fingers all over. They've got fingerprints there in the failure there. And we are even afraid to point at them. I mean, for some reasons, I mean, the World Bank has been running some programs there. And, you know, my question to us is whether we have got a contextualized approach, which we're holding together, or whether we're in the hands of people with money. And I'm saying this because even if you say the pace will be according to what we can afford, you know, if you are not driving a car and the speed is determined by the other driver, that other driver might be a hijacker. You know, you can't be in charge of a vehicle that is hijacked. Now we need to look at the hands that are playing parts in the implementation phase, because you run a risk of having a good document called the Just Transition Framework, which is a national consensus, which becomes useless because everybody else who's got a hand on projects is not even in full consideration of the framework. So, leading to my last point, which will then eliminate the justice aspect of the transition. If everybody has got their hands on the wheel and nobody is checking them for the fairness and the justice aspect, and we're only checking the money, we are going to have a transition which is not just. And I don't think all of us here would agree to a transition which is not just. I'll stop here.
Great. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to take a couple of other hands. Princess Nkambule, go ahead, and then I'll go across over to Johan.
Thank you very much. On DMRE's intervention 3, which is the delay of the decommissioning. Okay, for obvious reasons, because we need to plan better. We've learned from the Komati issue. During your brief, before COP28 Minister, you also stated that, which I took, it was the government decision that we have to delay, or we are proposing that the decommissioning delayed. So I think we need to find alignment between the position of this commission and DMRE and government, but obviously, I mean, coming from different areas. So for me, that alignment that the Deputy Chair spoke about is very important, because we'll end up with the battle of the scientists, where you've got DMRE scientists and you've got the commission scientists. So I think alignment, it's very important. The other issue that I asked during the presentation of by the DMRE was that the issue of cleaner coke, was that researched and costed? Is it part of the mix? Or is it not? And then finally, just back to the decommissioning program, I've also asked that I think as a commission, we need proper oversight on the plans, because I think what will happen with Komati, ESCOM was reporting to us in terms of what they were doing. We didn't know better, we didn't question, we did question, but obviously we're not asking the right questions. So obviously, collectively, we are responsible for fixing the mess at Komati, and we have started that. But obviously, if another Komati happened in our lifetime, I think we'll go down as a commission that did not do its work properly. Thank you.
Thanks. On the theory of change, I really like the reframing of the way it's packaged. I think it's a compelling story. I do think that there is one area that we need to be adding into that, and I really think it is the learning side, which is partly around learning the lessons in relation to what others are doing in various in various parts of the world, but it's also about understanding I suppose the mega trends and the kind of a bit of the foresight work that we need to do in order to have a climate response that works now, but that is also looking towards the future. So I didn't see it anywhere in the slides, but I think it would be an important part of particularly building on the research work to then incorporate that in the kinds of conversations that we're trying to have in relation to what it is that we need to be doing. Thanks.
Minister Creecy.
Thank you. I wonder if we could just put up the slide that began was near the beginning of Crispian's input, which talks about building institutions. That slide. Huh? The if statement. Yes. Now, I just picking up on the points that Commissioner Mbodi and Joanne have been making. I think there's some more ifs that come before this. And I think the first one would be if we can have a common understanding of the risks and opportunities that we face as a result of climate change. And if we can build a consensus around how we must approach our response, then we could strengthen institutions and decarbonize the economy and. I think that we are still facing a situation where we don't fully understand the relationship between what science is telling us and our own current socioeconomic circumstances. And I think that's exactly what is leading to the concerns that Commissioner Mbodi is talking about, that somehow our approach is ahistorical. I think that for me, precisely because I understand how vulnerable we are because of our socioeconomic circumstance, I believe that we must start to have a response that is a whole of society, whole of government response. There's a very interesting conference that the United Nations is hosting next year. It's called the Conference of the Future. And I think that we would be well advised in this process to study some of the documentation that is coming out as a result of that discussion. Because part of what that conference is trying to understand is what is the world going to be looking like in 20 or 30 or 100 years' time. Even our own national development plan, I think, doesn't fully anticipate the extent of the external risks. And there are many. I mean, I think we just have to look at the very complex geopolitical world we're going into to understand that there could be things which a couple of years ago we never foresaw could happen, that could be on the horizon. But I think that the understanding of what is going to happen in the world as we approach the scientific tipping point is going to be very profound for developing countries. And I think it would be very important that it's not just institutions that need to understand this, it's South African society, because the whole of South African society is going to have their lives profoundly impacted upon. And we know that those who have the least capacity to understand what's going to happen and to respond to it are going to be worst affected. So I think that there's a whole lot of ifs that colleagues are pointing to that happened before this particular statement. Maybe another one is if we understand our own history and the socio-economic conditions of our country. Thanks.
Go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. First, I would like to thank you very much, Facilitator. First, I would like to thank the Chief Executive Officer for having presented this theory of change to the Commission. This theory of change encapsulates what the Commission has been, what the Commission is, and forward-looking of the Commission. The important part, I think, that also the Minister has spoken to and Commissioner Mbele has spoken to, is that this has got to be, that the Commission's work has got to be people-centered. And that being people-centered also comes to what we are or we have been as a change enabler. I think this Commission has got authority in a sense that it's very respected as an institution that can bring people together. So that convening power that we have, I think we have to continue using it to the maximum. For an example, now we just had a presentation around the integrated resource plan, which I mean, listening to the director here, it seems like the formulation of this integrated resource plan has not even taken into consideration the recommendations that this Commission has done in the Just Transition Framework document. And so I think we need to use that power continuously, which we have, which is encapsulated in this theory of change, that we need to continuously or continue forging consensus between diverse stakeholders. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. So really a reflection on the type of role of the Commission. I'm gonna go over here. Go ahead.
Thank you. So if we go back to the slides, the first slide, please. I think there's just a few words for me that are also missing. If you can put it. Okay, we go to the first one. Thanks. Right. On this one, I think in the bullets, just in taking from what everybody has said, but I really think we need to add in competing as a sub-bullet, competing and pressing national priority. That's missing. And then at the last bullet, I think the need for recognition of our national circumstances is missing as well. Pace of transition needs to be sustainable and aligned with South Africa's development needs and its national circumstances. Because I think, you know, in addition to socioeconomic issues, there's also far wider issues that have been highlighted by the Minister and Joanne and other commissioners that we need to recognize. The energy security issue, the lack of energy, energy poverty, water poverty, all of these things are big priorities that need to also be considered in the broader response. And then if we look at the if slide, I also agree with Minister. I think there's a lots of ifs above, and one of them that I think, you know, from my experience being at Komati and things like that, there's a lot of truths that people hold, and we don't necessarily coalesce around facts. So if we could coalesce around the key facts, I think that's something. So it's about forging that kind of what that common truth is amongst all of us. I think it speaks a lot to what Commissioner Nadia raised earlier. It's about, sort of looking at all the big issues and finding that sort of compromise position in between all of the different constituents. What is that truth that we can coalesce about? Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to go over to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, fortunately, I'm not going to respond in a form of looking at the slides, but thank you for this, Dr. Oliver. Something to note is that I think we need to recognize that climate change is resulting in very undemocratic practices. The elites are protecting themselves while speaking about poverty, but actually, working and doing things in their own interests. We need to think about, and it's, I like what the minister said, we have to recognize our history in this. And that history has been one of a minerals and energy complex that has been extracted in nature. And as we talk now about green hydrogen, the question is, are we not going down that same road with regards to extractivism? So we really cannot make and should not make that mistake again. Because as Mr. Creecy said, it's about whole of society. And it's about making sure that the pace of transition needs to be speeded up and speeded up in a just way. We must be careful of saying we have to wait. We can't wait anymore. We have to speed up the justice component. Urgently, settlements, water for people, as Commissioner Harrington said. And that's what people want to see here on the ground. And finally, in terms of just transition pathways, I guess I'm not a technical person, so I hate modeling and all of that stuff that people come up with. But when are we going to model what does better human settlement, what does putting a ceiling in a person's home do? In 3 million low-income homes in this country, if we put in ceilings and proper insulation, what does that do to the reduction of greenhouse gases? Because there we're not talking about greenhouse gases, we're actually talking about people's warmth in winter, and we're talking about people. Oh, and by the way, it does have a greenhouse gas reduction potential. And so I would like those pathways considered, the social pathways of our just transition.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Facilitator. Just one comment from my side. Look, it is important to always balance theory and practice, and not necessarily, emphasizing one and not the other, because theory without practice is not useful. For practice, it must be something that you always preach, and not do something at this side, and on the other hand you are doing other things. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. As a country, we are trying to address the crisis of load shedding, right? That's what we are dealing with now. Okay. And Dear Marie was talking about, striking a balance between the demand and supply. That's what we are dealing with currently, and that's the priority of the country. But when you, at the same time, are unbundling, for example, ESCOM, right? You you privatize the transmission side of ESCOM, and that must happen quick, right? You create tensions down there of workers who don't know what their future is going to be like. And forgetting that what you are dealing with now is to address the issue of the energy availability of supply. Sometimes our priorities are not, you know, in line with what we are saying, we are doing, and this is something that I've observed. So as long as there's no alignment, Comrade Zagar was talking about the alignment of policy, and that's where I think we're gonna have major problems when we talk about, you know, this whole question of the range. I think that's the point that I wanted to make.
Thanks very much for that input. Just trying to see if there are any other hands. Yes, sorry, Minister Nzimande, go ahead.
Oh, no, thank you very much. Just a few points. The first issue that I think we're not confronting as part of the theory of change. What's the future of ESCOM? Objectively, not subjectively, what we think in terms of what we are doing already. Haven't we actually unleashed a process that, if allowed to go as it is going, ESCOM is going to die? Unless ESCOM plays a crucial role in renewables, if one can use that term, and it's empowered to actually play that role. I feel that in all the discussions and the engagement, we aren't confronting this issue, because that has got huge implications in terms of what it means, in terms of the structure of generation, distribution, and so on. I think it's something that we must talk about. And the same thing that I see missing is education and awareness about climate change. You know, Chair, Comrade Valley, I think we should be having basic education in this country, as a matter of fact. Because I'm asking myself, are we going to win this battle if there isn't the good old-fashioned environmental studies we used to do under apartheid, but for different reasons, with different content today? That's what we actually need. What role? I see that missing even in our theory of change, the role of education and awareness, so that people also own, because what's every day's consciousness of ordinary people? It's their jobs, it's hunger, it's the difficulties that they are facing. And let's also insert this discourse in the struggle against poverty and all, of understanding the importance of climate change. Then there is going to be a problem. I really argue strongly for that. It's also linked to the issue. I'm glad there is Shamini has gone out. This focus on climate finance and innovation. Because there is a bigger challenge that we have. How to mainstream financing and budgeting? Well, primarily, but not exclusively in government, that takes into account the need for climate mitigation, all those sorts of things. Even in the private sector, I would argue. You know, how to make sure that we would fund and finance this agenda that we want to drive. It's going to be very difficult. The last thing I just want to make is innovation. I think that we need to factor that quite strongly. Innovation at the higher end to deal with climate, but also grassroots innovation, which links to the first point I was making about education, because there is lots of innovative things that ordinary people are doing in order to try and deal with the impact, of disasters and climate change and so on. How do we harness those? So it's both high end, which we need, high end innovation, climate resilient infrastructure, for instance, we need lots of innovation to be able to build that, but also grassroots innovation. I thought that I must just put that without destroying the paradigm of what a theory of change is about. To me, I think that theory of change is incomplete in this instance without this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think some critical points there, even if we come back to that impact point around collective action for just transition, we can't do it without that element. Go ahead. Thank you.
I wanted to make 2 points. And first one is just that I kind of like what Crispian has put here, this framework. I do so for safety reasons. I mean, the one leg is broken and the one that's still remaining is closer to him under the table. So I've learned a lesson. But what I wanted to make a far much simpler point, which is that one of the things that complicates our own transition in SA, this change, is this reality that there is a variable that we struggle to put a finger on, which is Eskom and this energy availability fact. It's actually interesting. I mean, if you just think in your own circle, it's relatively easy to have a conversation about the transition to a cleaner, or low carbon emitting economy when the lights are on, because it's really, really, I mean, I'm really talking about myself, but also the cycle I'm moving. But when there is no energy, when there is inconvenience that comes from it, people are having to find alternatives. People see businesses close, all of those things. The rationality and the proper conversation, there's no space for it. There is no space for it. Why do I say this point? It's because I think that if we're so committed to change and are too single-minded about it, to almost disregard everything else, we can be the enemy of the good change we want. Because if people think that all we care about is to have clean energy, if it means for an extended period of time, the horrible consequences of zero energy, unstable energy, we pack them, but we want to get to it, then we would have problems. When I say that, I'm not discounting the opportunities that get offered by the crisis. So in other words, and one of them practical, thank you, TG, which is that if then Eskom is a problem, it may well be that part of the solution to the problem is to accelerate renewable. That's happening. And I'm saying that I'm not oblivious to that opportunity. But if people think that all we care about is clean energy, even the ones who at one point cared about a lower carbon economy could be lost. So I'm saying that we should really be able to strike that balance. It's a balance rather than saying you abandon something because you can lose people. In fact, let me make this point. It was interesting. I didn't go to Davos. If there is anyone here who went, if this is wrong, then say that those of my colleagues who went misled him. But people say that previous Davos conversations used to put front and center the issue of climate change and moving towards a lower carbon economy. But I say this time, people were a bit dismissive, not totally dismissive, but they tended to sort of elevate things like AI and all that fancy stuff, which is quite telling. In a way, they concluded, perhaps wrongly in their case, that they were worried that there might be a backlash of some kind. And so a nuanced approach to practical things is always very important. That's essentially the point I'm making.
We need to get a group of people in a room together to discuss the experience and whether it was similar or not. Thank you very much. And I think it comes back to that point that's coming out around people-centered, actually, ultimately. I've got a hand over there. I'm going to just take a couple more hands, and then I really want to sort of pull together some responses. I'm just aware of time. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm from a particular school of thought, because when I looked at the ED's presentation and what we are discussing, it seemed like we're not following some logic of it. It seems like we peg the outcomes, but everyone is still at the problem statement. And so if you start to put some of these things in a problem tree, we're still at the bottom, we're still at the roots, but we already, and I think that's causing the confusion of putting the outcomes out there without engaging some of these issues, because the if then at the bottom is a slightly better impact. But when you go to the last slide, it starts referring to,
Can you just put up that last slide? Sorry.
To me, impact must show societal benefit. And this is the discussion that people, how does it affect people? Having the current one talks about collective action. That's not an impact, that's an outcome. And then I think once you start putting the impact around the societal benefits. So for example, again, if you look at the impact on the right-hand side, those are all activities mixed up with outputs and all these things. Yeah, so I just thought you start with the problem tree, which was a lot of this. No? What are the activities? And so you build it, if you go to back, the one that with all this. So for example, if you look at the short-term outcome, the first bullet, meaningful stakeholder engagement, that is clearly an activity. That cannot be an outcome. So I'll stop there.
Okay, so I mean, I think going back to the basics around some of those elements, and that's a useful point, is are we at particularly at the end point in terms of the impact? Have we phrased it as an impact correctly is an important question. But what you're also saying is that it's really essential that we get the basics right. Even the ifs and our joint understanding is critical. Yeah. I'm going to go across. I've got other hands. I'm going to go across to Deepak, if you want to go ahead. Sorry. Not Deepak, Devon. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, that's not a confusion that's happened.
Oh, Jessica. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really interesting discussion, but I just want to put a couple of things on the table, prompted by Lungisa's comment, actually, just around examining the conditions around us rather than only inside, because I think a lot of the discussion has been internally focused in South Africa. And maybe just three things. One is that although Davos did not discuss the climate issue too much, Davos, through the WEF, has been quite explicit that climate change still is the top of the list in the risk register. So, and that was also published in January. And that will guide a lot of the conversations around boardrooms around the world. The second thing I'm going to put on the table is the issue around the prominence of the non-energy players in the transition discussion. Top of the pops, that also is top of the pops, even in the mining endeavor, was the issue of water. The issue of SDG2 and nutritional security is also creeping up very high. And so these things also need to be integrated. And then a question to the room around operating in a global environment that is completely dominated by national security first. This is the dominant paradigm around the world, in a world at war at that. And what does this mean around how these global agreements get translated into serious action on which we are depending heavily as a country for our transition? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Deskin. I want to just check if I can get responses. Crispian, I'm looking to you, obviously, in terms of your inputs. Maybe I can just come to you from your side. I don't know if there are any other hands that are urgent. So we've heard a lot, and I think there's a lot to take back and look at in terms of theory of change, but over to you.
Well, you know, I agree with most of the inputs that have been made. So I do think there is some really valuable stuff that's been said about the problem statement. So I take on board those comments. I think a number of you have added some additional ifs to the simplified if-then statement. So I think we should just round that out a bit. Bearing in mind that you can't, if you try and be too comprehensive with the if-then statement, it gets a bit blurry. So but I take on board there are some other ifs that we haven't factored in. I agree that, you know, we're calling all of these outcomes, whereas in fact some of them are activities, outputs, and outcomes and impact. So I think we'll go back and have another look at this. We do also have the DPME who've been following this discussion, who do this in government and I've been getting messages from Annette Friesel, who says, no, we're confusing PCC's theory of change and the overall just transition theory of change. So I think they can help us just disaggregate this and be a little bit more precise. But, you know, on the whole, what I've heard is that we're not way off track. What we're trying to do is just refine and position this a little bit more.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to just check with the Deputy Chair if we can close the session. He's giving me the... we're due for lunch, so we're going to close for lunch. Just to say thank you very much for the inputs, and obviously those would be taken on board. We will be back in half an hour, I think, in terms of the agenda, and we'll go into the next section then. Thank you very much. Okay, we're getting going.
Present some of the findings from the commissioner survey, and just to say thank you to all the commissioners that participated in the results of the actual survey. There was a really good turnout in terms of the number of participation from the commissioners. So just to note, colleagues, the results are ordered according to the number of votes for each option. The results are a reflection of the respondents' opinions. They are for discussion purposes and do not necessarily reflect final selection. There was also an option that was added for respondents to make additions to their responses in the survey, and those are marked in orange. Just a sectoral representation of survey respondents, just to give you a broad idea of the commissioners that participated and just the sector that they more broadly represent. We're going to start with the SWOT analysis, which is useful for highlighting the strengths, weaknesses of the PCC, as well as some of the opportunities and the threats for us to consider moving forward. So in terms of the question, what would you say are the PCC's greatest strengths? More notably, the fact that we have a multi-stakeholder character of the commission came out as an overwhelming response as one of the strengths of the commission. Credible evidence-based advice, expertise of the commission and secretariat being the top three in terms of what commissioners had to say were the PCC's biggest or what the PCC's greatest strength. Just highlighting just the additions that were made in terms of the option I referred to earlier in yellow was bringing people and issues together, as well as the PCC's convening power. So those came out as what you would say are the PCC's greatest strength. In terms of what you would say is the weakness of the PCC, and I think these also come up in some of the discussions that we had here in the commission. So the biggest one being insufficient time for discussion between commissioners. There was a feeling that limited engagement with government ministers or departments is a weakness, as well as some commissioners not participating fully, being one of the things that were also highlighted as the PCC's greatest weakness. Interestingly enough, no one feels that there is a lack of legal, accounting, or risk skills of the commission, and Secretariat not adequately supporting the commission, so which is great to note. In terms of the additional areas or the additional options that commissioners highlighted was a weakness being a lack of Black consultants sidelined in the work of the PCC, as well as fundamental points of differences. There is a feeling that they are not addressed, and huge challenge of alternative livelihoods in the core value chain. I assume that should be. Moving on to what are the major opportunities in the 2024-25 period to advance PCC work. So opportunities related to the post-COP28 momentum on just transition and adaptation, promulgation of the climate change bill, as well as implementation of the just transition framework. In terms of additional areas was the agricultural risk and disaster management, work with unions on social protection, as well as return to communities with concrete proposals. Moving along to what are the major threats that could compromise PCC work, overwhelming support for misinformation and pushback against climate change, a lack of policy coherence in government, as well as economic crisis, unemployment, and poverty. And just highlighting those additional areas that were additional options as the lack of alternative livelihoods in core regions, leadership transitions in the PCC, which we talked about earlier today, as well as PCC as advocate for a single view on the just energy transition. Now, the Commission was also asked to reflect on priorities for the period 2024-2025. And in that respect, we asked what topics or issues should the PCC make recommendations? What research policy issues should the PCC focus on, and how should the PCC support implementation, including climate finance? And what are the priorities for communication and outreach? In terms of the first priority on what topics should the PCC make recommendations, there was overwhelming support for the employment strategy for priority regions, just adaptation and resilience investment plan, as well as feasible pathways to net zero, which came equally with measures for disaster risk reduction, as well as state of climate action report. Additional areas that were raised were best practice for decommissioning coal plants, and then trade-offs between climate action as well as development. We asked what research policy issues should the PCC focus on. Overwhelming majority for water and food security, M&E tracking progress, pathways to net zero, as well as projections of anticipated climate impacts. Additional areas that were highlighted was likely losers in the just transition, as well as regenerative economies based on needs. We asked again, how should the PCC support implementation in 2024-2025? And overwhelming support was to critically review implementation of the JET-IP, support implementation of Komati recommendations, build bottom-up partnership models for implementation, and promote investment in adaptation and resilient sectors. Additional areas that were added there was to act on opportunities for cooperative governance, drive the just transition implementation plan, focus on social protection, job creation, resilience, as well as socializing the Komati recommendations. And then we further asked, what are the priorities for community outreach? We noted there broad support for rollouts of a countrywide climate awareness program, user-friendly translations for all policy documents, as well as to set up digital climate information portal. Additional areas that were raised was to develop strategic plans for stakeholders, multi-stakeholder engagement to drive alignment, as well as revisit communities that we engaged in 2022. That is it in terms of my presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thanks very much, Lebogang, for that input. So just responses in terms of that. You've heard this is really your voices coming out in terms of the SWOT analysis as well as the inputs around the priorities. It obviously raises a question, if these are the areas that you're talking about, what is the so what then? Where do we need to focus? And you've reflected that a bit in the priorities. But if I can just get some hands in terms of responses, thoughts in terms of what's been reflected here. Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just two things. I mean, what do we mean when we say we're not holding people accountable? Is that really the expectation, or I never thought that we can hold people accountable. I thought we could challenge people's positions of rules. If that is then interpreted to be holding people accountable, the meaning of the word is fine. Lastly, from me, I hesitate to say this, Minister, well, people will think that I'm trying to endear myself with you. There is a contentious issue when we say there is lack of policy coherence. Between one of them, I actually read this. I remember Mr. Mandash sitting there, Minister Mandash, challenging this. It can be one of three things. I hope I've got three, but one, it's either there aren't policies where they are absolutely necessary to set the guardrails, or policies exist, but they are conflictual, or policies exist and they are right, but when government people speak, they say what they like. So which one of these three is there could be a fourth one, is the problem that we're dealing with here?
Great, thanks very much. So what does a lack of policy coherence in government mean? Other hands, other inputs in terms of what's been presented? And I mean, I think what's been presented, there's the SWOT analysis, but the question that's really interesting is, what are we saying about the priorities? And you can see some very clear messages coming up in terms of the priorities. Are there questions around that? Other hands? Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner Hamilton.
So it's not in response to your direct question. I was just looking at the results again. There's a particular statement here on what would you say the PCC's greatest weaknesses are. Lack of cohesion between commissioners, and it gets sort of 2 bars. I would say that's directly leading to what some of the priorities should be, because if we look at the mandate and what was put in the theory of change was to facilitate a social compact. And I think this is one of those areas that we certainly need to look at more closely to address these areas where there might be a need to broker some sort of foundation that we can all agree on to move the discussions forward, rather than having these divergent views, because I think it hinders us. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So brokering commonalities. Go ahead.
One of the first slides you put up, many people feel there isn't enough time for discussion between commissioners. And that links up to the point Louise had raised this morning. And this may be a good time perhaps to unpack that, what's meant by that. And maybe if I could start, because 1 or 2 lines below that, there was a also one of the disadvantages pointed out is too many meetings and too much time spent in the commission and all that. So those two things don't sit neatly with each other. And what is meant by not enough time for discussion? Should we have like longer tea breaks and lunch breaks maybe that people can interact with each other? Or what exactly? I've been trying to think about this and I can't work out what exactly, because it also links up to this thing of trying to hold people accountable. If you're going to try to get from the gentleman from Standard Bank, it's like trying to draw water from a stone. You can try to get him to talk about everything if you want to, but he's not going to say certain things. And so are others not going to say certain things. So what exactly, this is a kind of a minimum consensus platform, that we are. It's unlikely and maybe even unwise to get people to talk about the feelings they have that's deep in their hearts. We may not be able to cope with all the emotion that comes out, but that's not what we're about. I think we're about what we do, which is a minimum kind of a consensus, a minimum platform. We do it well, and it works for us. I'm just not sure why it's not working. So maybe the many commissioners who want to talk more to each other can just say whether they're saying the same thing or different things to each other.
Okay, so do we want to share our deepest emotions, or do we want to actually get on to other types of conversations here? Go ahead.
So can I respond directly? I don't have a problem with these meetings. I do, however, think that pretty much everyone, all of the commissioners have invested time and resources and will in being part of this commission. And I don't think that we have had an opportunity, and I don't think it should be in this kind of a meeting setting, to really engage with each other about why. Where are we coming from? Why is this important to us? What do we really feel very strongly about in this area? How many others share that issue, and where we don't share it at all, what is that? I think that it is much more about building the kind of sense, even with very different views on many things, building the sense of common purpose among commissioners and creating I would say like a once a year day or day and a half breakaway where we can in a facilitated way really engage with each other and understand what is I suppose the passion, the life experience, the constituency concerns that are driving you to come here once every 3 months and to participate in a couple of the working groups if people do. So as I say, I don't have a problem with these meetings. I don't have a problem with the working group structure, but I do think that I think this is a powerful group of people with a powerful set of constituencies behind them. And I think maybe something like that would be able to increase and make that power work better together.
And it's something similar to what Commissioner Harrington was saying about that brokering, those linkages. Yes, go ahead.
I think just to add what Shemini and said, that we need maybe that can start with one workshop session, just to find each other, because all of us, besides that, we visit the multi-stakeholder organization, we've got our own life experiences, we've got our organizational mandate, but at the end of it, we're our commissioners first. That minimum consensus has to happen. And I'll give you an example. The last meeting that we had, the one meeting that we had, where I suppose it was not where to take down our heads as commissioners to the business, labor, civil society contributing. It's important, to hear at that, I think at that level, it's different voices from the constituencies. But then we came across a problem, then where the department, in terms of business, they had Busa. And we at Shamini, we couldn't find each other. Because now, when the department just said business is Busa, it creates a problem for me who represent BBC, because if you just look at those two organizations, and I'll give you a very simple one. BBC supports the slowing down of the decommissioning program. Busa might not. At the level of businesses, let those voices be heard. At the level of commission, we'll have our own negotiated position. And I've asked the question earlier on, what is the position, our position as a commission in terms of the decommissioning program? What's our position? I don't think anybody wants to answer that, but I'm just thinking that when we have that one-day session, we could be able to deal with some of these issues so that, you know, they don't create situation where maybe there's no trust issues. And another thing that I think that meeting will assist as well is to deal with certain things once and for all. For example, I've asked this question. I said, when it comes to, say, COP28, why is not a transparent process where we in a meeting, we said, okay, we think this year, these are the criteria that we used, and these are the people that are going, so that you don't end up with a situation where business is represented in other areas, but labor is not represented. But when you have to go to Komati now to fix the problems, labor has to be there. So I think those are the issues that if we have this one-day session, we can get also to understand where the executive is coming from. And also now as commissioners to understand some of these issues so that but some of these issues are simple. I don't think there's any malice in doing anything, but if we don't know, you know, then there's also a level of discomfort. Thank you.
So the Deputy Chair asked the question of what does more time mean? And I think we've heard some voices. I don't know if there are any other voices around what that means. Go ahead.
Yeah, this came up much earlier on in the commission as what is our praxis. So I agree with Joanne. What we're doing here is good. We need some time as a commission to find each other, agree to disagree. But the other part of our praxis is that when there's a community meeting where the commission goes to the community, it's open. Everybody can come. The fact that often it's only the Labour and the Civil Society Commissioners that pitch up is not the commission's fault. It's the commissioners who decided not to go there. And so they made a decision they don't want to hear the community. So that's really important. The counter to that is, as a commissioner, and I said from the beginning, I would really like to sit in a meeting where the corporates are sitting to discuss a just transition, to understand their frustrations and what they can bring to the party. Because I don't know, I hear it filtered through Busa or filtered through NBI or filtered through the commission. I don't hear what is actually happening on the ground. And then finally, I found it very important once when I went to an industrial mining meeting that I got an invite through the PCC, I could at least say to the mining people in the room that day, your social labor plan commitments are not just transition money. Your rehabilitation funds are not just transition money. But at least I could say it to somebody and at least it's on the record. But if I don't meet them, it's never on the record. And then it becomes a fight 5 years down the line.
Thanks very much. There's something also there about the direct engagement. That's critical. Okay, I've got hands over there. I'm going to go across over there, then I'm going to come across to Minister Creecy, then across the ED. Go ahead.
I just want to add over and above what Commissioner Peake said, the perception exists even when we go to the communities that there is fear from certain commissioners to talk directly to the community, to even hear what the community is saying about what is happening. And bearing in mind that, of course, there's a change in your that are coming up in your climate change bill, that ministers, for instance, they're not going to be included. But the perception would have been also that you've got this many commissioners, but all the time when you go to the community, you would see the civil society, trade unions. What happens to the rest? Is it, now you would have to understand it from the point of view of the people, but it will help for us to understand each other, to say, look, maybe I can't go to these meetings because this is my orientation, these are my challenges, these are the issues that you need to understand. Then we're able also to understand where we come from, all of us, so that we may cover the ground where we must cover the ground.
So actually sharing that message between yourselves. Great, thank you, Minister.
Thanks. I think that the usefulness of the commission, certainly for those of us who are based in government, is the opportunity to hear the divergence of views that exist on this issue. And I suppose that what we have to hang on to at all costs is the creation of a safe space where that divergence of views can be expressed. Because there is a difference between the commission and an organization. In an organization, you are trying to get everybody to see things in exactly the same way, and you're trying to get everybody to behave in a similar way, or in terms of the organization's code of conduct and so on. But here, I think that what we're trying to create is the opportunity for legitimate expression of diverse opinions. And what that obviously means, as others have said, is that creating informal opportunities where commissioners can listen and hear each other. I mean, I was telling the deputy chair that Commissioner Mbele and I spent until the early hours after the no. It was in a very public place. Discussing the Komati issue, and it was an extremely useful conversation, which we could never have had in this room, because we really got an opportunity to say, okay, explain to me what you think on this and I think on that. And I suppose the question one would be asking is, so if you want to go and meet each other, why don't you do that? Why does the commission, I mean, it seems Mr. Kwazila, that Barbara Peake really wants to come to one of your meetings. Why don't you invite him? You know, yeah, bring him out from holding the placards to being in the meeting. But no, I mean, I'm making a joke, but it's actually a serious issue. I think that there should be more informal interaction. It doesn't have to be led by the commission, and there should be more opportunities for people to meet each other, because it's the only way we're going to solve these issues. I think that what is going to be interesting in the new commission is ministers are not going to be members. They're not going to be commissioners. I don't know exactly what we are. I can't remember the wording, Crispin. It says they can be invited or they will be invited.
They can be invited.
They can be invited. Okay. So that's going to be quite interesting. And I suppose that's something that you'll want to have to think about in a new commission is how are you going to relate to government? Because in the end, you would need to relate to government. So I think that's a question that you would need to do. But I think that what we've got to try, and I think Bailey makes an important point when he says that what we're trying to do is to achieve a minimum platform of agreement on specific issues. Doesn't mean we've got to agree on everything else. And I think we must hold on to that and hold on to the fact that people will be on the commission because they have different views and not try and make everybody think the same. But I do have a question that I would want to pose to commissioners, and that is, what is your responsibility to take what you learn here into your organization? You can't say my organization's position is this, full stop. You have to say, I come here and I represent the views of my organization, but what is my responsibility to explain the things that I'm exposed to here, or when I go to COP28 or whatever, when I go back to my organization? Because if we're going to move forward, then obviously this knowledge is something we're going to have to share and co-create. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think I have Edie first, and then I'm going to go across the deputy chair.
Well, I'm covered by the minister. A diversity of opinion is a strength, not a weakness. And I think we've got to be able to hold that tension and not mistakenly think that getting us to agree on everything is the correct course.
Yeah, the one thing that we should take into account is that if we have a 1 or 2 day meeting, will the cabinet ministers attend? Now, I think a big strength of the way we've worked up to now is that we've had government as part of the commission. It has actually been the biggest thing. The biggest component, the most important component, I know one doesn't want to say anybody's more important than the others, but the most important component has been the government. They make the laws, the regulations, they appropriate about 1.2 trillion rands from all of us every year. They spend it, they do all of those sorts of things. And that has been the big strength of this commission. So it's not like a commission of inquiry that hears evidence, that conducts hearings, that does research, and then makes recommendations on X, Y, and Z and stuff like that. It's not in that sense, you know, it's called a commission, but it's really a place, a gathering place for all the big representatives of society to talk about climate change. And so without government, I think, so we must just bear in mind, if we already, it's not easy for government to attend the meetings that we have. I just want to remind people the reason why we have 4 meetings. I was even at one stage wanting to bring it down to 3, was so that we can get government people to attend. The more meetings there are, the less we'll get them to attend. They're finding these 4 meetings quite heavy. People sometimes don't understand what onerous program cabinet ministers have. I must just tell you, I've been there. They have a tough program. Yeah, you don't know what our minister here is putting herself through to be here. I mean, it's punishing. And frankly, if I were, I wouldn't have done it.
After you've put it.
But I mean, you know, she's really had to move heaven and earth. Tonight, she's going to get into a flight to go to Addis Ababa. As you know, yesterday she was at the sauna. She's going to arrive there tomorrow morning, and tomorrow night she'll get onto a flight to come back here. And so that she could fit in this meeting, but it's very tough. So when we suggest more meetings, remember that. That's the one thing I want to say. I think that our conversation with government is the most important conversation we can have. That's what I think. If I look at where are we far away from each other, from what I sit and observe, it's always the government, because the government has the biggest challenge. They've got to do the stuff. They've actually got the responsibility and they've got to answer to Parliament. We have short meetings starting at 8 to 1 o'clock and predictable times. And the reason for that, again, to make it possible for government people to attend. But it looks like in the new bill, government doesn't want to be part of the commission. So the law has been changed. Well, there wasn't a law in terms of what we operate. I think that will change the nature of this commission completely. If we meet without the presence of government, this will become a different creature. Take it from me. It will be a completely different creature. Then there's a question of people interacting with each other. If you look at the NGOs that are here, they talk to each other. I can see that. I can see from what they say. They are in communication with each other. They have discussions, which is a good thing. If you look at the labor people, you can see that they come here and they talk about the workers and they talk about, that point of view. But when it comes to the private sector, there's no evidence that we have private sector representation here. You don't have people coming here talking about investors, about the owners of capital and how they see things. Nothing of very, very little of that. So I don't know if they talk to each other outside these meetings and say, we who represent the big pools of capital, we need to come here and talk about it, because that's what we expect from business. That's a point of view. And I think we must encourage them to talk amongst each other. They need to come here and not just pretend to be like the rest of us, because they're actually representing capital. And that voice has to be here. If it's not here, then we've got a big gap. The government people come here, they represent government. And often you'll find them talking the same language. You will think they don't talk to each other, these ministers, but they more or less all say the same sorts of things. But from the private sector, I think we've got a big gap. It's like they are not present here. And I'm wondering whether the subtext of all of this is we don't know what the private sector is thinking. Whether what's not being said here is that voice isn't here. And that voice isn't going to happen with us having more meetings. That voice is going to happen with us sorting them out. When we had a meeting with the Mpumalanga private sector on Tuesday, it was, Christian, the big bosses were there. They were saying to us, we're not prepared to lose money. We're not going to do that. It's going to lose us money. And you were talking to people who are managing capital. That's what you didn't, they were not pretending to be climate change activists or anything of that sort. So I think that's the one big gap that we've got here. And maybe amongst themselves, the private sector people need to talk to see how they can up their game so that people can feel that they are be able to engage. I feel that we're engaging with the trade unions very well here. I mean, you can't keep them quiet. They talk about the workers, you listen to them. And I agree with most of what they say, by the way. So, I'm sure I'll even agree with the private sector if there is. But actually, I agree with everybody. But so I'm not sure whether we should be having more meetings. And I can't see why people can't interact with each other. I mean, I don't need to go away on a workshop to interact with Minister Creecy. We can meet from time to time, we talk forward, and that's what we do. If I want to talk, and I'm sure she'll talk to any of you who wants to say, she loves, by the way, having coffee at the station place. What is it place called? The service station. So if you want to talk, we just suggest, let's go for coffee there. She'll make time for you. But that's just what I think.
There's a big invitation there, which is about having different types of conversations and actually using the opportunity. There's a process of looking forward in terms of the bill and thinking about the fact that government won't be playing the same role necessarily. How do we bridge that gap? Because that'll be a loss in some ways. And there's a question around the private sector and how do we hear a voice or use the space optimally? And I've got quite a couple of hands, so I'm going to go. Yeah, he's been jumping behind. Okay, so over there, then I'm going to come across here, then I'm going to come across here, and I've got to with the other hands. No, go ahead.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I think there's something that needs to be understood. We understand the issues of me talking to the trade union representatives and some people that I connect with in short time here from the commission. It leaves us with a space to speculate and assume things about fellow commissioners. And you don't have a place where you can at least, and it's not an increase of meetings, let's clarify that. It becomes a once-off thing in a year, wherein we are able to look at ourselves and say, this is where we were, these are the things that coming from where we come from, understand why we raise points like this, understand that it is not strong feelings from the heart. These are the things that lead us to come here, and so that we may understand each other fully from the point of view of context where they come from. With regards to having a chit chat amongst each other, we can do that at any given point in time, provided we are connected to this and that person. It doesn't help, because you see, the other thing that we rally behind is the issue of patriotism. So we need to be able to get each other's context so that we do not second guess each other. Because later on you would see us in the media saying something and say, but where does this come from? You need to be able to understand the context of our involvement with each other. We will also understand the part why the private sector is not saying anything as if it doesn't matter. Maybe they've got something that they would say to us there than on record here, not even in the first meeting of the commissioner, but elsewhere where it's a relaxed space. Thank you so much.
I mean, I think that the proposal was actually about a kind of one-off kind of team building engagement, much less informal engagement between commissioners as a kind of way to start the year and to have some of the conversations that there isn't time to have in a meeting like this, which is a very business-like meeting in which we appreciate the business-like nature of these meetings. So I don't think that it is about a lot of the other stuff. I don't think it's about the private sector. I think that this conversation was a conversation actually between a set of multiple constituencies, which is where the idea came from. But I don't think we should complicate it. It's about saying, let's take a day, let's set a date and a time and a venue, and have a facilitator and allow commissioners to talk in a more informal way with each other about these critical issues and maybe understand and be able to find each other a little bit better. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I think we're all just saying the same thing now, but
Yeah.
I think overall, I think there is a strength in the divergence and having these different views. But I, for one, don't understand why certain people have certain views. Like I have a, let's take green hydrogen. It comes up all the time. I've got facts, I've got evidence base that's informed my belief around why I think this could be a real opportunity for the country. But Bobby might have a different view. Melissa has a different view. I don't fully understand why it's different. And I'd like to be able to have that conversation in a safe space so that I can get the information I need to possibly inform the constituent I represent. Yeah, we have.
But that's a very practical thing. Have you ever called Melissa and Bobby and said, I'd like to come and see you and talk about them? Oh, what's complicated about that?
It's just one of the many issues.
Yeah, but that one you do feel strongly about. Why are you not doing it?
Many I feel strongly about. Gas is another.
I'm hoping that somebody would tell us why we don't have a business voice here. I just want to hear what the issue is. Is it because if you take Bobby, he'll always talk about health issues. He'll talk about air quality. He'll talk about communities in flood state, this happens to them, that happens to them. You can see the stuff. The people are talking about, we're getting those voices here to be heard, but we don't get the voice of saying the people who want to make money. This is what, you're not in business unless you want to make money for your investors. Otherwise, leave your job, don't be in business. We're not hearing what are the concerns of those people and what is it that they want.
Commissioner Kuzile.
No, it's partly because if you take a constituency like business, it is one of the most diverse, I almost made a mistake, one of the most diverse constituencies you can ever have. If you, on this particular issue, you don't be the only thing that's unique or that makes us similar is the fact that we want to make money. But then when you come to this particular topic, if you talk to a financial services business that banks the entire economy, they will have a particular view of the world. If you then go to coal miners, it is to be expected that they have a particular view of the world, or should I say, businesses that are in fossil fuel. It is like that. So the notion, then you've got the issue of size that Commissioner Princess was raising. Smaller businesses, medium-sized businesses, bigger businesses, by whatever definition. In that context too, before you even factor in race. So we are not oblivious to the fact that there is a constituency that's called business, but if you want consensus in so far as climate change is concerned, even within the same business, you can find different views before you even go out to build a consensus. But I do want to say this on business, by virtue of how business is organized, many of them, certainly the publicly listed one, have had no other option but to publish where they stand on climate change. So the notion that people don't know where a particular business stands is actually a misnomer. Although I have been surprised. I have been surprised by sometimes people who would say, you stand or represent this. And I say, but on what page of our policy do you find what we are saying? They say, do you have a policy on this? I say, so you say that then tells you something, which is, by the way, a very serious point that you are making. But I think that we are misunderstanding you. If, for an example, a particular constituency wants to understand where all of South Africa's banks stand, if they think there's a stand of those banks, they can write to me as the chairman of BUS. We can meet them. We would entertain that at any time as that constituency. But as you know, you will get different views. Your best bet would be, if you want to know where Standard Bank stands or what Standard Bank's climate policy is, to ask me on Standard Bank's climate policy, and we can meet you anytime. I mean, I know Melissa doesn't believe this. We will meet you, Melissa, but we may not agree with you. And sometimes, by the way, that's the subtlety of this. For some people, you have not consulted them to their satisfaction. If when they leave you, you have not taken their view. I mean, I consider that actually so crude. I mean, you can meet me, I will hear you, I will tell you why I disagree with you. But maturity does require that you must walk away. In fact, before you even come, you should know that you can fail to convince me on something. And I'm not saying fail to convince me on climate change. Just now, I get misunderstood. But I'm saying that on any subject, when you are consulting or meeting another person who has got a different background, has been socialized differently, sees the world necessarily
and not different from you. You should be prepared that you can come to me and have no joy when you leave. But if I consult you with an open mind, you might shift me, even if it's not on that day later on. So when I come in my case here, I don't first go to any constituency of business, because there are many of them, to bring their view. I do, however, have a good sense of the direction of travel, which is what I kind of broadly bring here. Thanks.
Just looking to see if there are other hands. I'm going to take one more hand and then I'm going to close on this. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Chair, I'm not sure whether I can be more controversial. Just to try and make this point. We were in a meeting as a commission in Middleburg. I said something there in that meeting. And my fellow commissioners understood where I was coming from, because we always talk about this and that in the meeting of the commission. But one member of the community stood up and said, no, man, hey, but this commission, they must talk to each other before they come to these meetings. You know, because these comments, the comments that are made here, it's like they're divided, you know? And that is exactly what we're talking about here, right? That this meeting is not a closed meeting. This meeting is not a closed meeting. We have people online here, right? So there are things that we cannot say to you as a chair here. There are things that we cannot say to each other here as commissioner, because this is not a closed session meeting. Let me be more controversial. From where I'm sitting and the constituents that I'm representing, the net zero report that we received here this morning is a very angry report, right? It's a very angry report, right? It's a pushback report, right? It's countering the IRP 23 that is out there. Yeah? Where do I get time to engage my fellow commissioners and say to them, right, looking at each other, right? Tell me where you are coming from with this input, with this comments that you have put in. What are the facts? What informed you? And I know, knowing you, Chair, in less than 5 minutes, you would have told me to stop. You know? So I know. That's why I'm trying. That's why I'm even going as far as, you know, being controversial, just to get you to understand what is it that we're talking about here. You know, we want that space. We want that space where we can really tell each other things that we cannot say here. By the time we come here, then we are clear. You know, so basically that's what we're talking about.
And I think it ties into the point that Princess Nkambule raised in the very beginning when you were saying, well, what is the commissioner's view versus the commission's view versus, for example, different constituencies. There's that part, but there's also the part of saying we recognize that we're not going to necessarily see eye to eye. We need a space that's safe, which is the word that's come up quite a couple of times, that we can have this conversation. And so coming out of this, that is clearly one call that has come. There was one other point that was raised, which I think we haven't necessarily addressed, which was that question of what does policy coherence mean? And there were a whole lot of options that were put out of there. And I think maybe I'm going to just hand back to Lebogang in terms of sort of closing comments around the inputs that have been made and how this gets taken forward.
I mean, yeah, this is the tough part about social dialogue when you don't have firm protocols of how you achieve consensus. I mean, safe to say, the viewpoint that's coming from the commissioners is that there is the need to flesh out and have the difficult conversations and have those discussions, whether it is through informal chat. Deputy Chair, did you say at a petrol station? Service station, okay. Whether it's probably going to have to take a multiplicity of forms. It could be in a structured workshop where commissioners are able to come in and fully flesh out those issues, or it can take place bilaterally on various interest issues. I mean, I hear the point that you're saying, Shamini, that on certain issues, you want to be convinced on certain issues, and you've been in the commission long enough to know what those burning issues are, and you know which commissioners you need to find and have those conversations with. So those can happen informally, but more broadly, a session of some sort, which is a once-off, is needed to have those really tough discussions, because to a large extent, I mean, we had the framework discussion, and I'm not trying to open it all up. We had the framework discussion, which was very aspirational. So you could have, agreement at principal levels and at a high level. But when we're talking about, implementation moving forward, you're going to have those tough and difficult discussions. So definitely a combination of the two, but a once-off meeting is definitely needed where you can fully flesh out some of those difficult issues that commissioners have in the room.
Okay, I'm going to close this conversation, but I think that there are some clear messages that come out. There's also a clear message that says, let's be brave enough to have the bilateral conversations or between three people or whatever. And so one would hope that coming out of this, that on the things that are burning issues that you really want to hear the why, that those types of conversations also happen, that it's not left just to the commission to try and organize those, but there is that once off as well as a process. I'm going to close with this. I'm going to ask Blessing. We're shifting gears. We have the next item on the agenda, which is around the outreach and communication strategy. And perhaps while he's getting ready, just to shift our headspace into it. Communication and outreach, if you can sort of step aside from the commission and how we work better together. And this is now, as all members of the commission have a role around communication and outreach. What does this mean? What is the way forward? What are the proposals? So we've got input from Blessing. Go ahead.
Thanks, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'm at the back. I'm not sure whether that's the right place to be.
It'd be difficult to move the mic.
Sorry, colleagues, while Blessing is coming to the front, I've put my spectacles down somewhere and I've lost them now. So if anyone sees.
Thanks. I need Commissioner Louise to see this presentation. Thanks, commissioners, and good afternoon. I think that the previous discussion helped me quite a lot and has added value to this discussion. So I've already gotten your comments on the communication strategy, but you've received a pack with about 35 slides. I'm presenting a much more smaller pack of those slides that are in your packs. The framework basically outlines two elements: the introduction and the context, which is the communications environment we're in, from the global context to the national context to what we've been getting from the environment. But then part two actually proposes some intervention, some tactics, and how we can take the campaign forward. And we've done some assessment of past campaigns that the country has done for the last 20 years. So we're actually basing this on work that we've been doing in climate change awareness since, I would say, 2000 at the minimum. We've also based the strategy based on Crispian's initial presentation on the theory of change to basically see how the communication strategies align into the emerging theory of change. And basically, you could see that everything else that the communication strategy would do would advance both the just transition outcomes as well as the insights, the inclusion, as well as the impact of what the just transition pathways would include. We thought that once again, we must re-emphasize our mandate as the Commission, what we're expected to do. And that comes mainly from the minute that established the Commission, but most importantly, the mandate of the Commission would come from the Climate Change Act. And I think that almost all the four objectives of the bill actually, or the three, links up with what we'd like to communicate. We've outlined the communication environment, and we're looking into the geopolitical outlook, which is you can see the red map. It's literally all countries that are going to an election in the next 18 months, and that might affect the international climate policy and the engagement. US elections, increased polarization in terms of the wars, but the last picture actually speaks about the opportunity of green minerals in that global outlook. And then on the left, we've actually outlined some of the domestic issues. The forthcoming elections, there is an increase of hopelessness in South Africans, there is a lack of consensus, there are issues around jobs, and then the continuing disinformation and propaganda around the work that we do, both unintended and intended. And then we've also looked into the communications environment in terms of the newsroom, and we of course know the current state of the newsroom, misinformation, shrinking budgets, but we thought that we should put you up to the attention to the digital space as something that a lot of us might not necessarily be in because of our age, etc. But that is the actual outlook of the size of the digital space. 43 million users and 26 million users in South Africa. The green box just shows the fraction of what the PCC has done. And that's 2 years. Only 2,000 Facebook followers. I've got 5,000. I'll transfer them into the PCC space ultimately. And I think that's what all of us must do as communicators in our work. Try to see whether our networks can actually not transport into the kind of space we do. But those are the numbers around social and digital media, which our campaign edges should be one of our key elements.
Sorry, Chair. Blessing, can you explain the other numbers? Chart that WhatsApp 93.3% and all that. What is
that is the use, the percentage of use of South Africans who have got already access to internet. So 93% of everybody else that's using internet has got access to WhatsApp. So out of the 43 million internet users, 87% of them are also using it for Facebook. So Instagram, 70% of people that have got Google also have got an Instagram. That TikTok, it's the fastest growing, and that's because of the youth market. And then LinkedIn, it's mainly business, and 47. So 22 million people out of the 43 have got some form of interaction with LinkedIn. They might not have LinkedIn accounts, but they use it for jobs, for information, and all that. And then, of course, Telegram, which is not the favorite because of whatever reasons it can get dirty. It's like the older initial platforms. It's sitting at 44. But you can basically see that all our social media, at least you've got one person using more than 2 platforms. And that's why you've got all things.
Am I understanding you correctly? So 87% of the 43 million South Africans are on Facebook.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Because then I must say I'm really the odd one out.
Or interact with them.
I'm not on Facebook. I'm missing out.
It's 87% of the 26 million.
Of the 26 million, yes. Yes, 26, because the 43 is overall internet, but 26 million is those social media platforms, yes. So you can still be 13 million deputy chair.
How do you control for people who have got multiple devices for the thing? There should be a way, but I'm curious.
Yes, I think we'll go and look into the deep dive of people who've got multiple, but even if you've got multiple devices, you still have one account, for example. So it might not necessarily, it might be a few people that are using, and it's usually for propaganda or for other nefarious purposes, that a person will have multiple gadgets with a separate account for each gadget, but it will be a very minuscule, unless you are both on the corporate page and on the private page. Like I've got my first personal one, but I've got to manage the PCC one. So that would be the minor differences. And then we also did some of the stakeholder perspectives, and these are mainly the top issues that they've been raising: the justness, adaptation, finance, diversification, procedural justice, and issues around international commitments. And we've tried to make our messages to speak to some of those issues, and they are quite diverse, colleagues. So and they are very competing. Some are both diverse, and it's either or in the eyes of the stakeholders. It's not areas of convergence. Then we've outlined some of the communications objectives, and we've actually said the primary goal of this campaign is the mobilization of climate change mitigation adaptation groundswell. So it's not about business as usual. It's not about Blessing meeting its targets in the PCC work plan. It's about a much more bigger campaign outside of the institutional space of the commission. So it's not a corporate communications plan for the commission. It's an outlooking communication strategy. And we've identified 4 objectives and outcomes, and that's basically what we think that the campaign strategy should do: engage, empower, build a common understanding, advocate, bring a brand balance, and diversify platforms, and make sure that we've got some common messages and narratives, those that we agree upon. Those that we don't agree upon, I think would communicate them within our spaces of influence, as long as it's not about undermining the collective areas where we agree on. And then this part of the slide, which is part 2, we actually outline the actual campaign interventions and tactical. We basically say that the campaign must deal with 3 elements in terms of its development: define the scale, mega, medium, or micro. And when I go to the campaigns we have studied, you'll see what we mean by the scale, but also define the short-term, mid-term, and long-term institutional and coordinating mechanism, because it's not a PCC campaign, it's a South African campaign, and start going into message design, from look and feel to the kind of payoff lines to what are the key themes and what can we accept from. And the scale outlines the 4 areas: amplify, activate, collaborate, and capacitate, because we want people to be able to carry out this campaign outside of the commission. Here we bring under attention a number of regional campaigns we have studied both domestically and internationally, and I've mixed both social, human rights, political, economic, because you also want to study what other campaigns have been driven. South Africa, we've got We Do Tourism, which was when the country was in trouble with tourism safety and tourism not coming in. We've got People and Parks, which is about beneficiation from the conservation estate. But the 2 bottom campaigns were actually core campaigns inspired by 2 major events: the World Summit on Sustainable Development in 2002 and COP17. Ndaloyetu was even institutionalized. It had a board, it had a budget, and Crispian and Joanne and Deputy Chair knows what happened to it. Then you've got the Save the Future campaign, which was basically a COP17 campaign. It did not have an institutional mechanism. It was driven by TFFE. And a few years after the Durban Accord, it also disappeared. So I think that we're saying this to make sure that our campaigns must not be driven by events or by the flavor of the day. Otherwise, they disappear when people go back to what I call their normal lives. And we've outlined what some of the elements of those campaigns were. We are basically saying, based on those campaigns, we are beginning to say that you've got macro themes. And the macro themes are broadly about what the country must do. The global commitments, the navigating our decarbonization, but at the back of our messages must be the fact that we've got the sustainable development goals. And then we've also went down to start saying, here are the key messages, themes, and we'll put this up based on the current sectors at risk and the current priorities of the country, mainly coming out of the Just Transition Framework, and our nationally determined contributions, and numerous other policy directives from the climate change response strategy to complementary that. And we'll basically put up the 6 themes, and at the bottom, you could start seeing the specific thematic areas: skills, EVs, decarbonization, growth, regions at risk, manufacturing, renewable energy, and minerals of the future. And then in terms of the campaign intervention, we basically think that the campaign must deal with 2 issues: the messaging and the tactic. And then in the short term, it must be what can we activate quickly? What institutional mechanism and delivery mechanism do we have? Because the communications unit, by the way, colleagues, in the PCC, it's myself, Ntabiseng, and Ignatius, 3, all of us. Pardon? Okay, so many of us. And then for this project, we actually had to get an agency, which is a joint agency. I've got Brad and Leanne is sitting there, the ethical agency and the BISME 8. So, and that's the kind of the team that's helping us. So that's also on key messages. We have come with some examples, colleagues, which you'd find in your pack, but that will be crystallized much more with a much more dynamic process. I'm just in a just transition. But that might be negative. It might just be, by the way, I'm around. But it might mean that I am the just element in the transition. So we'll have to craft those messages so that they're not subjected to multiple interpretation. I think I'm left with 2 slides, Chair, so that we can have a much more. We have got what we would call generic PR interventions, media relations, public communications, and brand activation. And we've got ideas like increasing budget to community radio, climate fellowships in major media houses. And one of the biggest proposals coming out of this is a brand and awareness summit, where we can call in the media, community activists, government to come and talk about how they are collectively communicating climate change, and then public communications about diversification of our public communication, and then the brand activations. And we're looking into new areas like public art, film and poetry, brand partnerships, going into outdoor, that is cheap, not billboards on the N4, but literally a community mural at a squatter camp, for example. And then in terms of digital, that is what we're proposing. We're proposing 3 elements: website development, platforms, and digital marketing. But the key things that we've got to do with this campaign, we've got to come with a name, because we want it to not be the corporate brand of the PCC and the logo and the payoff lights, and which the agency would do. And we've made some work in terms of the digital platforms. We're proposing a public-facing website, which it's independent. So you don't see who owns, so that when the PCC has got credibility, the substance remains. Then we've got an empowerment app that will look into how do you do a business plan for a local project. Then we've got a communication hub, which is for the communicators and media, etc., etc. And then the Indaba or the brand summit I've already spoken about. And then the last slide is actually what we propose that we want to do a delivery mechanism. We propose that the PCC team leads this work with a project reference committee. And we end up bringing people like Brand SA and those that are part of the awareness architecture in the country to just come and help us think, because they've actually been reaching out. It's not like we're letting them work on them. We think that the PCC comms unit, we had initially proposed a commissioners reference group, but we were told that the joint chiefs, joint chairs of the working groups would actually be that reference group. So I'll go to the joint meetings of the 4 working groups and present this work without adding an additional committee. And then the main work that will be done by the unit and the steering committees around brand and messaging, scale and implementation, as well as short-term, mid-term, and implementation plan. And this work, colleagues, in conclusion, was done based on the agency that I've introduced, the government communications, which gave us a lot of the audience segmentation in the results, the Human Sciences Research Council that gave us work on the public perception, ICLEI that gave us a work on stakeholder perspectives, and the Center for Behavioral Analytics, which gave us quite a lot of stuff on social media analytics. And the details of those studies are there. When we do detailed tactical, we'll be using those facts and figures, and I've shared some with them. But that in all, it's basically the campaign. And more importantly, we're asking for the commission to ask us to do this work continuously and probably launch the campaign in June after the election. But we'll start doing short-term wins and then launch the campaign with the State of Climate report and take it forward. Thanks, commissioners, for your attention. Thanks, colleagues. You can clap hands, colleagues.
I think he needs to breathe now. Thanks very much, Blessing. It's a lot that's been presented, but just to get responses, concerns, gaps, things that you're excited about. Go ahead, Commissioner Peake.
Yeah, thank you very much, Blessing. Just a question of how do we comment on this? Sorry if I missed comment early on. We have quite a detailed set of comments. And then just the question of, I guess, like many of us around the table, we either nearing 60 or post 60, and we will know of the campaign in terms of voter education prior to the first elections. We will know of HIV and AIDS and how comms through the treatment action campaign developed a process. And we also know very recently of the COVID communication campaign. So the question is, did we look into that, and did we learn lessons from that that we could use as the PCC?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a simple question from my side. It was quite comprehensive. But how have we thought about how we'll know if the communication strategy has been effective, and how we will measure that? I'm not sure what metrics or indicators you'll use in terms of whatever works best for this type of strategy, like a brand audit or something like that, that actually fits whether all these intentions have come to fruition. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Other questions or comments? Other hands? Let me get a response back on those ones in the meantime.
Thanks, colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Peake. There is actually two processes that is going for commissioners to comment. We've generated a survey which we would circulate, and we do not want to start pumping you with a survey before you have received this presentation. But myself and the agencies are available for a roadshow that's very tight to meet with the commissioners and all other people to make comments. But there is covering letter that would come with the survey. Some of you might have received it already, but we would want to do that. But also any submissions from the constituencies to also share what they've been doing, what we can align, we welcome. Because studying the baseline is continuing. We could not reach out to anyone. And then the second one, in terms of the other campaigns, we did not show them there. We actually looked into the COVID campaign, and for a number of reasons, how it was funded. It had an enforcement element, it had a compliance element, it had an element of encouraging people to vaccinate, to stay at home. It had a campaign of telling industry like the tourism sector to hang in there. So actually the COVID campaign is one campaign that we learned a lot from because of its varying targets. The elections campaign, other campaigns will move to the 16 days and etc. In terms of M&E, we have actually got an M&E section in the strategy, and it looks into tonality of media coverage, whether you are being covered by specialist publications or by community media. It looks into website hits, the level of interaction. And I think that the brand audit it's a good idea that would want to come in. We're not coming in because we're trying to stay as much as developmental rather than corporate, but we think that we would need a brand audit to see the penetration of the brand. Maybe for the first 6 months trial, maybe in December, at the last meeting of the commission for this year, we could come with an update of what we have done. But I think those are all good points, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got Deputy Chair, and then I've got Melissa. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation I thought was excellent and quite inspiring. Congratulations on a good presentation. I like the approach very much. The thing I didn't understand, you said something about the brand, but you didn't present it. And you said you're not going to use the corporate brand. I didn't follow exactly what you were talking about around that.
Get the other hands, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thanks. I'm really excited that this is coming about. We've been talking about this for a while, so it's really good news. I just firstly want to support Commissioner Kanyele's comment about the M&E. I do know that, you know, communications is an area where you can waste a lot of money if you don't track what you're doing, and you're not targeted, and you're not measuring and learning when you implement. And what you just mentioned, Blessing, website hits, number of whatever, those are indicators, right? It's not doesn't necessarily demonstrate what we're trying to achieve, which is to inform people, to kind of counter some of the misinformation that people are getting, and you know, those kind of things. So I would be a little bit careful about that. And I guess this is my general question for you is, given that we're working in a very low trust environment when we talk about these issues, and it's very fraught at a local level. I think a couple of meetings ago, I spoke about this work that ended up in this report, and how the researchers were reporting that they were, in fact, people saw them as a, you know, there were threats to them. You know, it put them in a dangerous situation just talking about just transition in certain places. And so I mean, I'm flagging that. I think it's real, and I think it's relevant to the design of a communications campaign, really, just to take that into account. Thanks.
I don't know if it falls under communication or management of stakeholders. I'm looking at whether there has been a look at the direct communication to stakeholders and whether it yields in its current approach. If it doesn't, what are the opportunities of change that will draw in those stakeholders? I mean, if we're talking of people that are outside of this meeting, who needs to be talked to, communicated to, if the approach that is currently in use is successful, if it's not, what will be done better in order to improve those direct communication links.
Great. So the extent to which that was taken into account as well. Go ahead, Blessing.
No, thanks, commissioners. In terms of the brand, Deputy Chair, actually we practically proposing a logo. We have not shared with it yet because we basically want to go and look into its architecture. The colors, what does it represent? Like the PCC logo, I see leaves, a fish, I see a globe, but other and a hand. So it would depend on what you do. But or we could already go back into the old brand and readopt it, like the climate action now. It was done 10 years ago. It might be, somebody might be owning its IP. We don't want to go out and go to the IP office, but we're actually thinking of a typical practical logo that is unifying, and will generate that logo or that brand identity and bring it in before it's approved. That is the main launch. I mean, it will be launched with activities and what stakeholders are doing, but it will actually have a brand identity that is not the PCC's logo. That's what we propose. It will take, but if we need that, you know, otherwise the challenge with brands is that we must also go and agree on endorsements. Who can use it with their logo? What if they use it but they are not advancing our cause? I mean, somebody can go and greenwash and buy our logo or an endorsement. So those have started using, is it an endorsement logo? Is it an association logo? So we're working on that. So we'll bring in a brand architecture with the actual ID that's looking into that. And then in terms of stakeholder outreach, the slide I outlined, I only outlined media relations, PR, and digital, because at the back of that, it's actually a full engagement strategy. And that is the work that was done by ICLEI. That's why it was mentioned there. Community outreach, which are the new target audience, what are their issues? Do we work them with webinars? We even have got detailed proposal of data-free PCC meetings so that community access. So we've got a full detailed plan, and that is in the 30 pages that's in your pack that I did not go through that. So there is a full slide on actual advancing the work we had already done. You know, do you go to a community once? When do you follow up? Issues of language, the intensity of the presentations and all that, they're in the stakeholder plan, Commissioner Body. And I agree with you, colleagues, around what you can measure, Elisa. It's one thing to measure heat, but those heat might actually all be negative. So we'll actually find a much more dynamic way of measuring. That's why I spoke of things like tonality, negative, positive, and as well as sentiment, but also checking whether those views are actually not sponsored. Are they not robots? So we'll find various ways of engaging with it. I think that we've covered a fair amount of the questions, Chair. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the inputs. And clearly that last point that was made around actually measuring effectiveness is about measuring, for example, how much we're dealing with the misinformation or what sort of message are people actually getting is part of the factor that would need to be taken on board in terms of monitoring and evaluation. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Crispian.
I want to make a process suggestion, if you don't mind. I think we're going to start losing commissioners. And I'm wondering whether we can't go straight into the structure and function presentation. It's a very short input. And I think we've already covered most of the content of that. And I think we can wrap it up very quickly after that.
Lovely. So while we're putting that up, I'm just trying to check if the team is busy putting that presentation up. Yep. Can I ask everybody just to stand for one moment? Those that are left and who have legs, both of them, and just literally just to stretch a little bit, but just a moment. So we have your heads here. We're going to do a dance over there. To the sides and lift your hands up. Shake your hands out, and then you can have a seat. And hopefully your heads are still with us. Whether you were doing that seated or standing, it's all good. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're up for the next session. And if I can just ask for the team to present on that. Fantastic. Up to you.
Thank you to you, Chair and Session Chair. So this follows on from what our CEO presented earlier, which was more outward focusing in terms of our recommendations and policies. Now we're looking internally on the structure of the functioning of the Commission itself, how we can work better to support the Commission in areas of improvement. Next slide. Thank you. What's interesting in this slide is that it ties in, okay, so the challenges tie in quite nicely with the weaknesses that we covered earlier. You'll note that one of the themes that are overriding is in terms of time and the balance of work. And so you note that 10 of the responses, or rather 9 of the responses we got, they highlighted how there isn't enough time to deliberate on issues. But then by contrast, there's 8 that say there's no significant challenges. So again, to go back to what the ED said, diversity is the strength rather than a weakness. And then there's that sense of lack of preparation or caucus meetings. And I think the responses during the discussion after Lebu's presentation highlighted that need for that one day, just to get that sense of commonality and to tease out the issues that are burning issues that we don't have sufficient time for. And then also that sense of too many activities and meetings. We did notice commissioner fatigue, but towards the end of last year. So we are very mindful of that. And we are not surprised that that actually came through. And then as we had also said, so I'm not going to cover the median stuff, as you can see that, but it is important to note it. What's also quite nice to note are the areas that came up that are new in terms of the oranges, not having oversight of the Secretariat research. So that's something that one person raised, and you've got also another person who says there's no central repository of the information. And that is going to come through with the enhancement that we are busy with on the website, where we're going to have a login portal access for commissioners so that you can access historical team commission meeting packs and working group packs, etc. And then there's also the issue of time constraint to read documents. Again, that issue of time and balancing with the amount of work. Next slide, please. So this question, which is asking more on how we can best support commissioners. Again, speaking to that one-day breakaway, having more offline discussions at caucus meeting or those caucus meetings, followed again by that second request for briefings for commission meetings. So I think that there's a sense of a little bit more time before meetings and a little bit more time as well in meetings as well. Sorry, Gideon, I can't see the screen. Sorry, thank you. My apologies. And then what was interesting also is we note that at least 4 people had 2 conflicting views. One view was that earlier circulation of documents, which the question would be now to need to dig deeper into that. Is it the circulation of commission documents or the working group documents? Because our current time frame is 7 days and it can fluctuate between those 7 days. We can look into that. And then there's that other view that contrasts that says no improvement needed. And so on the outlier side, we see on the orange, they make commission meetings a full day. At least one person said that more focused in fewer work streams, and is probably the work groups that they're talking about. They will see that it picks up a little bit later in another question. And then predictable and accessible process of decision making. That's another interesting one that came out. And in some of the ancillary items, like providing tools for trade, and then also improve logistical support, some of the little nuances that came through. Next slide, please. So we're quite happy that no one said it's poor, but we're obviously not excited that there are areas that indicate improvement, because at least 7 people said that it's okay, it's not great, but it's not bad either. And then at least 6 people said it's good, and 5 said, not 5, 8 said it's really, really good. So that indicates areas of improvement in terms of how agendas are structured. Again, it speaks to too much in so little time. Next slide, please. So how can the agendas be improved? Linking up to the previous one, it's that creation of space to grapple with substantial issues, linking it up again to that 1-day suggestion if we can't have that full day meeting. So it's something that we can consider there. Increase the duration of quarterly meetings is follow up there, where it's about 6 people giving that vote. And then having fewer agenda items contrasted with no changes, same amount of people there. And then an outlier that's new, that commissioner feedback at the end of each meeting, valid point worth considering. And some of the other outliers, more inputs from external stakeholders, increased time allocated to working group reports. You would have noticed that we've bumped up the working group reports, whereas previously they were at the end and they were allocated a little bit more time this time. So it should be interesting how that changes. Next slide, please. How effective the PCC working groups are. Again, no one said poor, but it does indicate areas of improvement. In this one, we dropped significantly, where only 2 people gave us a real thumbs up. We've got 10 that are saying it's good, and we've got about 9 that are saying it's okay, but definitely area of improvement. Next slide. How can the working groups be more effective? Interesting inclusion of community reps. There's no guessing who might have said those. There were about 6 commissioners there. There's a very strong social voice there. And then a reevaluation of topics by working groups in terms of their organization, and having more substantive discussions. And then again, there are those that feel that no changes are required. And if we look on the outlier side of a fewer votes, circulation of documents timelessly, again, it ties in with the previous one, including youth representation in the working groups. That's an interesting lens there. Sorry, I wasn't done. Am I taking too long that you're rushing me next? Integration of adaptation and mitigation work in all the work. So we do have the chair of chairs working group, or rather chair of chairs group, that's probably going to be formalized, and that's where we do look at the integration and the collaboration, and that's an interesting point that you raised there. Making working group meetings open to observers. So I think that's maybe a point that might need to be clarified, even though one person raised it, because currently working groups are open to all commissioners. Next slide, please. Does the Commission conduct proper oversight of the finance, risk, and functioning of the Secretariat? This is something that our Chair of the Finance and Risk, Finance and Governance Committee will also pick up on. So while the Commission is not an executive body, it's, it's one of the questions that kind of came up, and quite a strong vote. At least eight people feel that the commission does conduct oversight of the finances, whereas about 7 feel it's kind of okay, maybe could be improved upon, whereas 6, we're also quite happy. Next slide. The ways of improving oversight of finances, no improvement, quite an overwhelming one there, followed by discussing the financials of the PCC and tabling discussions around the risk register at each meeting. Those were the two overriding themes rather that came out most popular, and then followed by a more regular assessment of the commission function. So maybe not just doing it once a year, but more regularly. And then we see that outlier there on the disclosure of declarations of interest, and that was covered by ED earlier, where he said that's going to be part of what form of entity the PCC takes on at the end. It's going to be governed by regulation. And that was the end. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Comments in terms of that? I mean, clearly there are a couple of clear messages that come up. If I can start over here, go ahead. Oh, sorry, you're presenting. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not sure, Deputy Chair, whether it's by default or design that they've put me as a big risk that's standing between the commissioners and the weekend. So I've got now two choices. I can follow the principal approach, which will get you out of here soon, or the detailed rules-based, and then I need to ask Secretariat to load the 153 slides that I prepared on risk ratings and scales. So I'm up to you. What do you prefer?
I'm going to vote for the 153 slides. Is everybody with me?
Okay, right. So I've been in risk management long enough. So I'll mitigate the risk of keeping you here. Can I just ask Secretariat, can you please put the slide which the Executive Director started with, the one with the outcome? It started with the short-term, the impact started at the bottom with short-term outcomes, medium, longer term. If we could get that up, and then I'll wrap that up. So first of all, thank you for the feedback. It does show, and I need to acknowledge Commissioner Bates' role in the progress that we've made in the last 2 years with the risk management, basically moving from what the risks are and how many are there, and have we identified them all, to a point where we've clearly progressed now to what are the strategic ones, what are the changes in them quarter on quarter, what are the mitigating controls, and we spoke about that. So that's the one. So what I take from the two slides is that you're relatively comfortable. I think that was the first one with this progress, and I don't think we need to regurgitate that. I think the assumption is there. Obviously, it's not perfect, and our intention is to continue on that basis. Then the last slide that you had, what you want to hear, and I think that's why I want to use this slide. This is the important part, and it's actually amazing through the day how I could see things come together. I have no intention to go through that 153 slides. They're not really there, but I can put them together if you really need them. But the point is, you've got the risk register that's also there, which I don't want to put up. It's been circulated. If you look at, and that's what we discussed and what we brought also in the notes earlier on, the big risk that changed was the risk that the PCC does not receive broad stakeholder support. And what I want to conclude then this on, what we're trying to do, and that's with your permission, what we're trying to do is to focus on those things. We do need to focus in the working committee on all the risks, the ones short-term outcomes, medium, long-term. But I think what we need to do is calibrate it to a point which you will be more interested in, is any of those things that could stop the commission from achieving its objective, the impacts there. And I want to leave that there, Chair. That's our approach. Clearly, we need to do all of these things. We need to make sure that the Secretariat doesn't overspend on their budget. And if they do, that there are consequences. But the assumption is you don't necessarily, you can look at it, it's disclosed, it's available, but we don't want to clog up the very valuable time here. And that's my conclusion. that's the approach going forward. And I hope that comes with your approval and support. Last point, we also need to be realistic that the Secretariat, and I think that has come through the discussions, the Secretariat is accountable to the commission, but they cannot be held responsible for all the risks, because the things that they are within their control, that's relatively easy to control. But there are things that are strategic impact that they do not have direct control over. And I think the point was made, and it is this matter of best effort, trying to get the right balance, and that's the focus that we've tried to do at the Finance and Governance Committee, and I hope we've got your support going forward.
Great. Thanks very much, Commissioner. Much appreciated. Can I get inputs on what's been presented? So some of it, again, is your feedback back, but I think some critical points that have been made. Go ahead, Deputy Chair.
Now, I think one of the big risks that we face is that government disengages from the work of the Commission. I think that's quite a big risk, because then what would happen is that the Commission would be a non-government thing. It makes recommendations and then it goes and presents it to government, and it will become an us and a them thing. Right now, it's less of an us and a them thing. With government, you know, there are many commissions and advisory bodies the government has got, which government ignores, and nothing happens, it just goes on. And I think that's a big danger. I think that we must not underestimate the risk of that. Something we need to give some thought about dealing with.
Deputy Chair, I think the point was made, and maybe that's also why we propose that coming back here in maybe in 3 months' time, that could be a focus from a risk point of view, create a few ideas, and then specifically on this risk, come back with what the Secretariat feels are mitigating controls and get a debate around that suggestion.
Okay, so suggestion in terms of the one way forward. And I think the other point that was raised earlier when the Commissioner was talking was about, you know, how do we allow focus on the things that have an impact? What are the risk factors that have an impact? Any other inputs? Yes, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's not on risks. It's just to the Secretariat. Can you give us an indication of the percentage response by us as commissioners to the questions that you sent to us? What is the percentage response that you got from us?
21 respondents. I think the total number of commissioners is 37. Yeah.
Sorry, did everybody hear that?
Sorry, the total of non-ministerial commissioners is 27, but so you'd have to minus 2 because of the 21, 2 were ministers. So it makes 19 out of 27.
Useful question.
Your Chair, I just want to respond to the suggestions for this commission to discuss financial statements and to get more involved in administrative matters. You know, I think there's a strategic choice. You can go in that direction, but then you need to accept that you are going to become an administrative commission and not a strategic commission focused on the content. As it stands, the commission has no powers over those areas. So you're not accountable for the financing. You have no powers over the HR and stuff that at the moment is reported into NEDLAC. And in future, it'll be reported into the minister and the department. What you have set up is a Finance and Governance Committee, which does do that on your behalf. So They get our financial reports, they get our HR reports, they scrutinize them, they go through the risk assessment. But I would not start bringing those items onto the agenda. I mean, once you start discussing financial statements, that's going to take up half the meeting. And then you'll have only 2 hours left for content discussions.
But maybe you'd have a more solid base of agreement. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that part of this conversation can't actually be settled now, because I think the question of what it's going to mean to be a 3A entity and what the role of the commissioners is in relation to that is going to need to be sorted. I would agree in a plenary like this, it would be inappropriate, but I think that I really think that in the structuring of the 3A future of this commission, it would be really important to ensure that the weighty bureaucracy that comes along with it is somehow kept separate to the greatest extent possible from the kind of content orientation of this meeting. But I do think that particularly in an environment where you've got a commission that is accountable to Parliament, it's a tricky thing to do. So I'm not certain what work the Secretariat has done about that, but I think it would be an important thing to have some sight of the thinking in relation to it. But I do agree that this is really a content engagement forum. Thanks.
Other hands. And the one other point that I heard coming up from Nhlanhla's presentation was the question around the working groups, and obviously whether they're open to others was one of the points. I don't know if there's any other input that people want to raise around that. I know you mentioned that it was open to commissioners. I'm not too sure whether the question was more about open to others beyond commissioners. Any other hands or thoughts that are triggered by what was presented, without drawing it out unnecessarily if we've reached saturation? Yeah, Crispin?
Chair, the working groups have followed a slightly different approach. And I think they should be allowed to pursue a slightly diverse course. So the M&E working group has decided to bring community reps onto it, and we've gone through a process of doing that. And I think it would be really good to see how that system works and make sure that it's effective and it works for the community reps that are on it as well, and that we're able to adequately make use of their participation. So I wouldn't now impose that model on everyone else. I think we've got a learning that's happening. You've got an adaptation working group that has decided to have commissioner-only meetings as the first part of the meeting, and then a section of the meeting in which other experts and government reps join. And I think that's an interesting model, and other working groups may choose to follow it or they may not. But I'd be a little cautious now of saying this is the model and we must all now adopt it. I would leave this for a bit, and we can, in the next round, see whether you want to standardize certain approaches.
Lovely. So an opportunity to just observe and come back to that point at a later point. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm not coming in so much on the functioning of the commission, although there's an implication for the functioning, I guess. But I've really been thinking this was a strategy meeting, right? I've really been applying my mind quite a lot to what work we should be doing. And there is not a single piece of work that the Secretariat does that I would say you shouldn't be doing that, because it's all important to a transition and it's all significant work. So But this thing of commissioners feel there are too many things we asked to do, and at the same time we want more of them now. You know, I really thought about, so what are the key things we need to focus on? And for me, one of them is social protection for workers in vulnerable sectors. And I mean, the vulnerable sectors are not just the coal value chain. There's a set of vulnerable sectors that was identified by government, tourism, metals value chain, fossil fuel-based transport, coal, and I'm missing one. There's 5 of them. Agriculture, of course. So it's the social protection dimension, and then it's the creation of a new jobs and livelihoods. So for me, which means you need to flourish a new kind of economy. Those two, and then I really do think, and we are doing this, a focus in terms of a climate resilient economy is food and water. And I almost thought if we do those 4 things really well, then we are addressing a just transition, which, and I repeat, it doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing all the other things, because they're all valuable things, but yeah.
Thank you for that input. I think valuable to get us to focus. Other thoughts around that? Yeah, I think that means that we're at closure. I just want to turn back to the people that have presented and see if there's anything else that you want to close with in terms of the, nope, there's nothing on that side. Okay, so from my side, just to say thank you. I'm going to step aside from my part and I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. We've got the minutes of the last meeting. Nhlanhla, you want to present it in detail, or shall we take it as read?
Take it as read, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody got any objections to us approving the minutes? If not, thank you. The minutes are adopted. Thank you, Nhlanhla. A good set of minutes.
Thank you.
On the question of closure, the only thing that I want to say is that I think Crispy and the commissioners have made a very strong case for a breakaway session. I tried hard to argue against it. One of the many arguments I've lost in this commission. So we should look at it and see what can be done as far as that is concerned. But thank you. That was a very productive day. Thank you to everybody who put in an enormous amount of work in preparing the work, preparing for this meeting, especially the secretariat members. Thank you and go well. Meeting is over.